Hello! I realized my mic has been unmuted this entire time, but luckily I'm very quiet when I start streaming. Hello! Oh shit. It's my face. I'm just gonna sit on top of the chair. Hello! Hello, I want to be a little guy for the beginning of stream today. I have to upload videos. I think it is. Why am my phone buzzing? Why am my phone buzzing? I hope everyone's having a good day. I hope your McFlurry is tasty, Andrea. What am I looking? Wayne eating himself. I forgot what episode that was. Is that this one? Facts. This one. Oops. Oh, left. Almost done with the effects for the video. Nice! I can't wait to see it. But it's gonna look sick. Sick. Your brain is a I don't know how to spell cannibal. There we go. This should go second. I need to switch this over to this. Make sure this was not made for kids. Nope. English. English. Next. I need to reply to a comment on here. I keep forgetting to. I can't paste an emote. Oh, I can't. No! Hi, Kiwi! Where's the... It's okay, Mr. Raccoon. Next Wednesday. Post the raccoon video here. Hi, Barbs. Hello, my bean. Hello. Here, let's get the. Even though they're not done, I kind of want them here. Give stream avatars. Most. I have the highlights. Without someone. Ooh, I get evil vibes today. Ooh, big by evil. What the fuck? Why am I white? Is it because it's loading? Oh, because it was loading. Okay. Here we go. You guys can be here today. You should go behind my chair. There you go. Oh, I forgot to put a milk today. Fuck. Coconut milk. There you go. Stream, Twitch, thumbnails. Oh. Do this again. Finish it. No. I have to do my go live now posts. Now I'm doing the do before gaming with friends. Edited. Maincoow. Maincoow. I also need I think, because we only have like an hour until stuff, I have to do a little tasky for enshrined, and then I think I'm gonna set up posting about you guys being my beans. You use it? Yes, I do. I do. Well, I use a spare phone. It's a jailbroken iPhone 10. I don't use my personal cell phone. Upload 27th. The 27th. Let's do highlights. Download. Dragon Milk was the 26th. Dragon Milk was the 26th, right? Dragon Milk was the 26th. I want to raise it. My recording scripts. Oh, do I look down a lot? Okay. No, that kind of yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for the no kiwi. I will keep that for next week's videos. I mean, I haven't done tuna hake or glasses journals yet. If you want, I'd be willing to try it now. If you want, I could try it now. I already edited a few videos. I kind of don't want to redo them. But if you want, I can redo them. I do not mind. 9, 10. Stale Cheeto Puffs are the worst. They are. Some stale chips, in my opinion, are fine. But, like, then there's ones that I'm like, why? Also, I realize I need to give you guys a stream avatar panel, don't I? Channel. I want you, I need you, oh God, wait. It's up to you. My break is almost over. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. I think I gotta do extension. It's an extension, isn't it? Has my wife go do snacks? Stale Cheetos? Stale Cheetos? They said it does not have purpose. This is very Wait. Oh, I fucked it up. This one should be 1. Set this point, set this and set as panel 2. And then this one's panel 3. Should I open back and leave it until it like goes? That's crazy. I mean, if she likes it, I mean, and if it's her bag, to be fair, if it's their bag of chips, fair game, you know. James is a car. Where is that one? This one. It says me anymore. Kiss me high before you go. Someone turns sadness. I just wanted you to know. The stream avatar is here. I got that summertime sadness. The summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Oh, electric tonight. Oh, one more. Oh wait, no, it has to be like this. Happy tonight. Sadly, the beans have too many colors for what I wanted to do. What does that mean? I can have less colors. What do you want to do? There's at least 15 shades of red. I only have 2. Canonically, you guys only have, like, these 2. And this is more like a burnt sienna. Do you need this? Do you want this? Hold on, let me send you this. Because these are all the canonical colors. Because I think there's too many colors to just give you 50, you know? So you only have, like, 16. I made a special one for pixels, so. Also, hold on. I want to fix this really quick. I want the cars to be tiny. Okay, maybe not that tiny. Hold on. The summertime sadness. Playing with the palette and stream avatar, it's a color picker thing. That's fine because I would just have to. That's fine. I can do it. Don't worry about it. I can do it and then I can re-export it for you. The pixels say there are a lot of shades. No, that's valid. This does say there that you could technically have an infinite amount of colors. So no, I understand. Don't worry. I'll guess. You know, I'll do that right now. Is there something I'm forgetting though? Let me do this. Hello there. How are we doing today? I'm doing good. How are you, Canadian? How are you doing? I'm good. Just uploading my videos for today. Reuse this one. Don't use this. Oh my, like basages. Stream Twitch. I'm gonna turn the AC on. Right now it's on dehumidifier because it was like kinda. Oops. It was kind of humid, but now that's like getting warm. I want to be cold. Oh, it's on low. Oops. It might be. Okay, well, it turned off, so maybe not. Nope. Nope. It might be because of the base scale. I spent some time learning pixel art because of it. As understand breaks over, I'll be popping in between calls. Sounds good! Have good calls. We'll be here. Alright, so we gotta do that. The video's been posted. I did my highlight video. I highlighted my Twitch VOD. This is all good. I will work on these 2 later today. I have to do a thing for enshrined though, so let me do that first. I started doing this earlier and then I took a nap, so I had to do this now. I want to use these ones. I like these ones a lot, so let's use these. Use what I think it looks like butter lettuce. Use the butter lettuce. Honestly, instead of using the seed, I think we should just use the ones from these ones because these are more consistent with one another. So I'll flip this. the mushroom. We could use the acorn. Use the acorn. The weird looking acorn. You are my chosen 3. Alright. So this will go in the middle of this. I have to squeeze this in a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Let's do 30 point. Was it untold story? In a blaze of glory, I should have made. I should have made lines to let me know how far apart these can be. Broken heart, I can't hear you. Actually, no, I need you. I need you as a reference. Go away. Over there. Okay. I think that's centered within that. Okay. What's this? It's fine. It's fine. I'll fix that later. I guess, I don't want to make them too spread out because then it won't work for the vertical format we need it for. There you go. I prefer this. And then we can just go. Wait. Okay. So we just want these to be a 30. I might make these like a similar width. There we go. So it doesn't need to be like exceptionally long. It just has to be big enough that it fits on mobile. And then like that. Hello, Taylor. How are you doing today? Hello, hello, hello. And then let's make this. Make this, I think. Make it thicker, but don't make it so thin at the ends. Yeah. I want it almost like a whisper. Yeah, there we go. And then flip it. What were you thinking? There we go. This should come in more, but then like go this way and this one. Maybe not that one, but I want that one. Yeah. Heresy vibes. Yeah! Heretic! No, heretic. Bow, 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 bow. I think. Ooh. No, I just want to like invert it though. Do I? Maybe I don't. I got your nappy in. I did. I got all my chores done this morning because I got up a little bit earlier than I normally do. And I took a little nappy before stream. I did miss you guys, but I did get my little nappy in for today. I'm still getting a little bit more used to the idea of taking naps on stream. I think it's because, like, when I stream, I'm like, I'm working. So I get a little shy about sleeping. But I'm gonna get more used to it, I promise. I kinda want this to be, like, sharper. I kinda don't like... Actually, I have a better idea. Like that. I do like that more. Let's save that profile. Save. Oh, and this one. And then take this arrow. I hope we're having a wonderful day, though, Taylor. We alright, took my nap. I hope we're having a wonderful day. I think that should go there. I don't think it has to be this one, though. I think this text could go here. Right? And, oh. Where is the boy? Where is Mr. Crispy? Mr. Crispy! I fucked up so bad. What did you do? What happened? Also, hello, Vex. I have it in the press kit, don't I? Yes, Mr. Crispy's right here. I misjudged the tram timing and now I'm gonna be late to class. Whoops! It'll be okay. It's not like it's a thing that you do consistently, and if your professor gets mad at you, I will eat them. Shit happens, yeah, on God. Oh my God, I did not mean to make it that bright. I should take this back now. Oh, I see, that's why these are white. You will be okay. Besides, the beginning of class is always kind of boring in my opinion anyway, so it's not like you're gonna be missing out on a lot. If I'm honest. If I'm completely honest, I don't think you're gonna be missing out on a lot. I guess this would be like bigger. I wanted some Detroit water ice in between class. It's like Italian ice but thinner. Oh, interesting. No, that's valid. I mean, it's not like you make a habit out of it, so I don't think you should worry about it. At 40 pixels, at muffin. Here is simple. Yeah. Aesthetic. Chart. But let me look at the website. Hello, Jody. Maybe they're going to do a surprise pop quiz. That's 1% of the credit. That would be fucking insane, dude. If they were just like, tee-hee, time for pop quiz. It's unfortunate that this website does not fit on my monitor. Is this not the updated website, is it? Yeah, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a thing to this text because I want to. Outer glow. Pick. And then we're gonna do a gradient overlay this way. Wait, we are so back. It says 5 minutes now. Fuck yeah! So you're not gonna be late? Maybe they were early. Maybe they heard your whispers of worry and they were like, I got you. You know? I am talking. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh no, oh no! Shoot. Maybe call it back. I feel like the outer glow should maybe be darker. And then I want it on this one. I want it on these, but I don't want the gradient overlay. And I mixed up the arrows. Shit, all day on my funeral. Want me shit on the day of my funeral. I was like, do we want to make this bigger? I guess if we wanted to make it bigger. And then bring this down here. I guess that's why they made it so long. I guess. We'll find meditations. We find your pawn. Hello, Rhino. How are you doing today, buddy? I hope you're having a good day at work. Oops, I didn't grab it all. Actually, I do want to do a gradient overlay on these guys. Except it's going to be this red. And then like a darker red. Yeah. Work was okay. I just need to find a super rich girlfriend or something so I don't have to work anymore. Valid. Valid. Hey, listen, invest in me and I'll make you something. I don't know what I'll make you, but I'll make you something. In the Empire of Elaine, I'll think of something. Enshrined. Art. Where's it? Chart thingy. There you go. Okay, I made it, but oh no! Yo, yo, buddy. It's gonna be okay. This is why I always have a pair of like wired manual earbuds, just in case. That sounds traumatic. Fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah, brother. I will make sure not to play porn on the speakers. My phone doesn't have a jack. It doesn't need a jack. It just has a USB-C. I get the the USB-C headphones. These ones? Oh, not these ones. Like, they're earbuds, but they have a, yeah, these ones are the ones I have. They have like a little USB-C connector. Because sometimes I just need music, and I don't care if it's gonna take my port or not. I just need music, so I just have the wired ones. Alright, it's 2:36. I am just going to... Meh, too many adapters. Valid. You know, I'm not, and this is valid. Live. Still. Playing peak. Most. Peak. Peak people. I use wired ones with a Bluetooth dongle. Interesting. I like that. No, I like that. What the fuck? That's actually smart. What the fuck? Yo, that's actually hella smart. Huh. Huh. I never thought about doing that. I'd have to connect my headphone to an aux to USB-C, then a USB-C to a lightning adapter. Oh, you could just get, if that's the case, you could just do a lightning adapted earbud if you wanted to. So yeah, you don't have to do the whole fan-dangled stuff. Mr. Shams. What is Shams' thing? I forgot what his thing is. Shams. R Womble. Cause then I can connect it to my PC, Stream Deck, phone, and TV if I really wanna. That's so valid, honestly. I should look into that. I just wanna add the new image. So I always forget to do this shit. I don't know why I said okay. I don't, yeah, you know, looking at it, I don't know why I did the live thing again, because I literally posted that I'm live like an hour before this, and most people that know me know I'm gonna be streaming for like 6 or 8 hours at least, so. Okay, let's change the colors. Palette editor. RGB, HSV, there we go. If it's Spotify, you can choose which device to play it on inside the spot. This is true. So this is normal bean. -334. Oh. Oh. Wait, what am I doing? It's on the hue slider. Interesting. So I think I'd go to 33 then? No. Okay, it's like here. Yes. When change the top colors, it changes the base. Oh. But it has to change no matter what, because it's a hue. There would technically be... Yeah, add it to the dot. Oh. Primary copy, paste, auto add colors, auto fix all colors, create new. Palette name. Let's call them orange. Oh, wait, this is a palette? Rename. Yeah. Bean flavors. Okay. And then I guess I could. I think it's very interesting how this works. So. There's 60. Yeah, I'd rather do the hue saturation value. Interesting. If you want to add the colors you already made, it's separate PNG. If you want to add the colors you already made, it's separate PNG. I don't want it. I'd rather just figure out how to do the HSV shift, because it'd be easier that way and it'd be more modular that way. So if I do this one, because you have like a burnt sienna color and you have an orange. Exit color palette. What's it do now? I just want to test it. Quick access, background color, scale, number, tab bubbles. This is the one, the base of the bottom is what the palette is going to change to. Top color is the one, the base is the bottom. Top color is the one, the base, bottom is what the palette changes to. How do you preview it? Palette, editor. Oh, wait, what was this one? Nope. Palette selection. Palette option, copy on. Colors, fix all colors. Base plate palette. After creating the color palette, you can select it. Oh. I'm gonna go here. And do. Oh, wait. What? Wait. Maybe it is easier to do the PNGs actually. I'm trying to think. I think it might be. Party is over. After creating your color palette, you can select it. The color selector will be shown on the main palette. And gears. If the environment, click the option build preview. Deliver is not working. I'd recommend changing the preview scale too. Oh, yeah, I probably should do that, huh? Oh. 5.4. That's good. Exit palette editor. I'm like, yeah. I was just going to avatar and gears. If the avatar is not working, click extension. Palette is not matching. You can attempt to autofix this. What? I just don't like that you can't preview a lot of this. Introduction, how do you choose? Let me look at this. Oh, interesting. Ah! Oh. Ah. Ah. Hmm. Ah. It has to be darker. Interesting. That's gonna suck balls. Okay, I'm not gonna do it this way. Exit palette editor. Can you have them be different colors? I guess that's why people use pixel art, is because you don't have to do it that way. Interesting. I'm gonna look at my channel really quick. Let me see how it looks right now. I don't like how long you have to wait for this shit to do its thing. You know, bigger digital pen. Unfortunately, I can't rescale the size of this one. But it's cute, isn't it? I guess I'll wait for stream avatars over there. I don't think. I gotta test this. Alright, so I'll just put that over there. Oh, it's because it's not started, huh? My bad. Hang on. Ah. Okay. Okay, so now if I open this, I'll go over here. Milk bean stream avatars. And now I grab every one of these. Pop that bad boy there. And I go to flavor. We turn them all off. This is orange flavor. This is lemon. This is lime. Blueberry. Grape. Raspberry, I guess? Raspberry. Berry. This is pink. What flavor? Bubblegum? Even song request. This one will be with another orange flavor. Alright, this is another orange. Orange flavor. Flate. I really want to know how the Monster Hunter ones can be so clean at 6080 2040. Probably because they're pixelated. That's probably why, and they're so small. They're probably small and squeaky. That's why. Oh, what could be carrot? You will be orange. You will be carrot. Okay. You will be... banana. B-A-N-A. Banana. You will be... celery flavored. You will be mint. You will be ocean flavored. Oh shit, you will be some kind of other form of purple. Ube? You will be ube? No, wait, the other one should be ube then. This one should be ube. This one should be grape. Yeah. You will be grape. You will be ube. I don't have an apple flavor. It's another pink one. What other things make purple? Lavender? You can be lavender. I spelled lavender wrong. I want to make pink. Other than bubblegum. Die. Big lemonade. A dying chat. Hey, we're still aiming for on the hour? Yeah. Why? Is everything okay? Sorry, I'm dying. Oh shit, this... It's like the problem Pancake was having. Yeah, just go starting soon, so just invite me when you're ready. Sounds good! I'll be in the Discord, probably muted, so... Unpack. Sorry, I'm dying. Players. Oh, not all of it. I just need this. Download. Minecraft, MBT, MBTwee. Open. Download. Brain. Carry on data set over tabs. What was that? Inventory. Position. What is the position of... Oh, let's take someone else's position. Let me open up hers. Hello, Chappy. I still feel sicky. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you feel sicky still. My Minecraft, or that I'd be ready. Why? It's not my fault you're sick. What? Now I'll be below my screen. Now you can't see me. Ow. What color is this one? I cough in your direction. Oh, okay. Well, I was already coughing, so. Oh, I don't have a kiwi there. There you go. Kiwi there. Or here, let's make this one lime, this one kiwi. I'm glad you like it. Taylor usually plays a few of their songs daily. I enjoy it. Save, close. Okay, I'm just gonna close those for now so I don't get distracted. And to find what location the spawn is. Fix it, or if it is the same happening to. I don't even gotta search for them anymore. Yay! What is happening to? Let's try the fix I did before. Hopefully it works. Let me change my stream title. Hello, wife. Oh my god, I gotta do with at. Made. I'm just gonna move this. Mr. Shems. URL. Post. So yeah, without a draw. I am in the channel, so if you want to hang out, you can. Peek. Peek, 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 peek. Peek, 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 peek. I'm be over here. Go cold ever. While I wait for my Minecraft to fix. Wake up. Me. Wake up. Can you hear me? Wake up. Peeking time is peeking time. I don't have a button for the star pen, I think. Let me just grab one really quick. There you go. There you go. I'm be this today. Get the hat more after you. Yes. There we go. There we go. Oh. There we go. Alright, multiplayer. Play. Boobadoo collab stream is on Backrooms, okay. I gotta change it, means I gotta load the game. Let me close stream advertise for now. Bye. It's 12 day. It's 12 I can't do the stream together here. Stream manager. Together. Go back. Go. Start sharing chat. Invite guests. Copy. Alrighty. Bloop. 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 I have so many things open on my computer right now. Save or close. And then is this loaded? I don't think that's loaded yet. But Peek is loaded. Peek. Huh? Alright. Fix something in here. This is hopefully I'm a light sleeper, so if I get a call, I wake up and lock in immediately. What's happening? 3845 65 negative 4478. Okay. Save. Back to the night.
Mother, I'm peeking.
You are peeking. Run to the moon. Might be good now. Maybe respawn. Should fix it. Look into it. Okie dokie, I am ready now. The one of Womble. There we go. Disconnect from that. Post game. And this on. I'm gonna have to get Womble's Fugi tech. Hello.
Hello. All right, let me switch to games.
Hello.
Let me get rid of my plushies. You're still little fetus baby.
My little beta baby. Hello, Shums.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, who's gonna do the extender mod? Ghost isn't here yet, but just in case they show up, I can do the extension mod, or if you want to.
Oh shit! Yeah, you should do it because
I should do it. Okay.
I forgot. I can't count.
It's okay.
I can't count.
I didn't realize until after you made the thing, and then I was like, wait a minute, like the little cover photo thing.
Wait a second.
Oh, hello.
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 Oh, it's
Nice
the
to meet you.
Hi.
Hello,
Hi, nice to meet you.
Womble. Hello,
Hi.
hello. How
Where?
are you? Welcome in. Glad to hang out with you.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Fan.
Wow, me too. Right back at you.
Oh wow! Wow! Oh wow!
I'm just making sure I got my thing. Update all.
Oh, what is
Okay,
this Fuji tag?
Fucking Fuji.
Oh, a little spooky, but you know, it's alright.
Was it me and my spooky?
You're a little spooky, but that's okay if you want to be spooky. You're kind of like drooling, and you kind of look malnourished a little bit, but you know, you do you, bestie.
Oh my goodness.
I really need to have like an actual PNG at some point.
No, it's okay.
It's like a little.
Oh, I
That's
need.
okay.
I should get a Fujitech thing so you guys chat can see you guys. Damn it, I'm so not a collab streamer.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can just be lazy and use the group one.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Hold on, guys.
I can log in.
Shem's turned into a baby.
I'm just a little guy.
You're just a little guy.
Hi.
Shit, you got big horns for a little guy.
Damn.
Big horns for a little guy.
I gotta stay big lady.
On my side, you're a plushie. Did I do that?
I guess you did. Did you do that? Because I use Fuji for my streams. So.
Yeah, because I can change it so when I'm scrunkly on your stream, you're a little plushie on my stream.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, so like if you go to like someone else's and then like settings, you'll see there's like overrides. So that way you can change them to match you if you're like you're not following the dress code here. You can just change it.
Oh my god. Okay, Fujitech.
Beautiful.
Drink out of a cup. Drink out of any cup? Any cup? That sounds like you could get AIDS. You can get AIDS from drinking other people's drinks, can't you? That's how that works, right?
I'm sorry?
What?
Womble's chat was asking about if we've seen the trend where people go into a meeting and have to drink out of anything but a cup! Oh! I can't read. Oh, my bad. And then I was thinking about how you could get AIDS if you share cups. I think that happens.
I thought AIDS is if you share
that's
blood.
Yeah, blood or other
if you share
bodily
cups.
fluids.
But saliva is a bodily fluid.
Not saliva. It's a different kind of bodily fluid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Saliva, I believe, is
I think it was one of those things that was like peddled by the media to scaremonger.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I think
Does that mean you could kiss someone
it's like
with AIDS on the
herpes
mouth?
is like saliva.
Yeah, you
You're
can
like
kiss them.
sores.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
as long as they're not like I got any blood in their mouth and they kiss you, it's all good.
I know what
Yeah.
tomorrow's stream title is gonna be.
Or if
Kiss
they're
me
not having
on the
a
mouth,
cold sore flare up,
even
they
if
can
you
kiss you.
have AIDS.
Yeah.
Okay. Unintentional,
All right.
my dad.
Elaine, when you get in here, if you could add Womble in, I'm gonna
Yep.
run to the bathroom just real quick before we start. Sorry.
Mhm.
Entertained my chat, I guess.
Lane drank the Kool-Aid. What Kool-Aid? Which one? Alright, I have to
Not the Kool-Aid. That's a different thing.
Why can't I invite you?
I don't know. Oh, hang on. Let me check that I'm online.
You are online? Did
Oh.
you launch it in DirectX 12, my friend?
I did not.
You should try that because I heard that there's less bugs with audio that way.
Ah, okay. Alright, I'll do
Maybe
that.
that's why.
And I'm
Think of
gonna
the
have to
wellness
reveal
check.
my
Let me just
desktop
drink
to
my
this
advanced
chat.
GG. Yum yum. The Kool-Aids. Oh!
Chat, don't look at my stream playlist. Alright, that's
I like it.
X12. Ba 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 ba.
Not too fast.
Land
Gems,
crab.
where's Ghost? Gems, what have you done to Ghost? Where are they?
She threatened to draw me pregnant, and I could not let that slide. So she
Okay.
she's at the bottom of a lake somewhere, unspecified in Minecraft.
What? Free art?
Theoretically. Theoretically at
Theoretically.
the bottom of a lake.
Am I seeing your shared chat? I don't think I am. Wait, let me back.
It says you're in my share chat.
Maybe I am.
I
Okay.
can see your chat at the very least.
Right.
Why can't I?
Are you able to invite me?
Maybe I gotta do it at the thingy.
You gotta go to the computer.
I went to the computer. Did that work?
The computer. Alright, what are we doing about in-game chat?
If you want your Fuji checks to still work on stream, what we do is we turn off our output audio, and the fastest way to do that is if you right-click the deafen button, you can just drag down the output volume.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either until Shem told me, and I was like, holy shit.
I'm now using in-game audio.
Okie dokie. I will keep unmuted in Discord.
Oh.
Just so that way I can make sure Mew knows that we're in here. Hello. I can't hear anything again.
I don't hear anything.
What?
Audio.
Oh.
Microphone. Master music volume.
Hello?
Hope your audio is
Everyone up?
bugged.
Hello?
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 Okay, I hear you, Shems.
You hear Shams?
I don't. Oh, I can hear you too.
I hear-
Okay. I just can't hear
Wait,
Elaine,
what?
apparently.
Yeah, I don't hear.
I can't hear. Hello? 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 Oh no. I will rejoin the game. God damn it. I think that was a me problem. Like, oh man, Mew's on it. Mew's just on inviting me. Let me fix one sec. Hello? Fuck! I can't hear anything. No. Shit. Okay.
What did my dear
Hello? In Discord? Hello? In Discord?
I can hear you in Discord.
Okay. I can't hear you in the game for some reason. I don't
You can't hear me in the game?
Yeah, wait. Let me go to Shem. Shem, say
Shems,
something.
can you hear me in the game?
Yeah.
Oh, but your mouth isn't moving now.
Should we just restart the lobby?
Yeah,
Yay,
I'm gonna
peak.
restart.
Okay.
Flawless game.
Flawless game. It's It's because the it's mostly
Is it
because
'cause-
of that mod.
That makes sense.
There's a mod?
Yeah, because there's more than 4 players because I can't count. But only the
Oh,
host
okay.
needs the mod, so...
Yeah. I know, I called my friend and she hasn't woken up yet. So we'll see.
She's sleeping! Oh, wait, no, yeah, that makes sense. She's sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Right, Shems told me.
Yeah.
I mean, allegedly told me that.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Mhm,
No, you guys
mhm.
don't play on my Minecraft server, because y'all don't like me. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I didn't know you had a Minecraft server.
She
That's
does.
Is it-
valid. I do.
Is it
There was
vanilla
a mod.
Minecraft or is do we
No,
got mods
it's
on there?
modded.
It's
Modded?
hella modded.
It's
Huge. I might have to peek that out.
Oh shit! Let's
Huh.
go.
Yeah, you
Make
should
a
totally join her
Minecraft-
Discord.
Minecraft SMP. Minecraft SMP. Let's go.
Yo.
We'll make lore and everything. What's up, Womble?
Alright, Shem, start talking in game.
I'm just.
Oh, shit.
My mouth is full.
Okay.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm
Look
coming. I'm
at you.
coming. I'm coming.
Waiting.
Oh my god.
Flying?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I still
Hello?
don't hear you in game.
Hello.
I hear Elaine. Oh no, I don't hear Elaine again. Yeah.
Is it me?
Do you have the right
Is it my
microphone set
setting?
to it as well?
Hold on. Let me try a different.
Ella, you might be
Hello?
the
Hello?
problem.
Hello. Hello. Wait, what did you launch the game in? DirectX whatever.
It should be, yeah, it should be the DX12.
DX12. That's what I did. Okay, you know what? I'll just restart the game. I thought I already
Yeah, restart the
but you
game.
didn't.
If it doesn't work, we'll just do it without the mod and just say, sorry, Ghost, you'll come in if we die.
Okay.
Because she's asleep.
Thank you for the song request, Taylor. I will play it. I will play it after we get done with Peak. The Peak name. Well, if it's, I should scoot us then. I should scoot us then. Everybody gets a little bit more room. Everybody can have a little bit more room here. Ooh, not that one. Shams' hat. Alright. Can you invite me, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's okay. You're very on top of it a lot of times, so. Oh, that was sweating. I keep seeing Womble. I put Womble on the corner of my screen. I keep seeing your beady little eyes, and it spooks me.
Man.
No, you're still not talking.
Well, I can hear you.
I can hear her.
It works. Okay, now we see Wobble, and then we'll see if
bring me in.
Wobble.
Bring in Womble. Bring in Womble. Ooga chaka. Ooga chaka.
Ooga chaka.
Ooga
Ooga
chaka.
chaka.
Ooga chaka. Ooga chaka.
I
I
can't
wonder if
stop
we can
this
find the golden
feeling.
ping pong this time.
Oh, yeah, the golden bing bong.
Oh.
I
see him.
Alright, okay, I'm gonna deafen Discord now.
Yeah, too.
Okay.
Sorry, I turned the monkey there for a second.
And now if Ghost joins us, she should join just like on top of us too.
Okay, cool. Wait, what am I wearing?
I think my audio is flipped, but I'm accepting it.
That's fine.
Okay. Oh, can you hear everybody?
I think I hear people just on the wrong side.
What
it's
does
fine.
the wrong sign mean?
Oh, you mean like if we're on our left, you hear us on the right?
Yeah.
Whoa, what the
Okay.
fuck? That's crazy. I never knew
Yeah,
that
I'm
did
just gonna
that
turn my
because I only
headphones
have
around.
one earmuff on. Oh.
Nice. Fucking sick.
Okay, I've turned. No, actually, I can't do it with my headphones being turned around. That's weird.
Hold
Is
on,
that
I
a
gotta do
settings
my vacation look.
I can check settings. Audio.
Way back in the day. when I was streaming.
Yeah, it's any voice falling out.
Happened to me while I was playing Killer, and it infuriated me to no end.
Oh yeah.
Nah,
Did you
that
see the
wasn't.
new killer for Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, it looks fucking sick.
It's
She
fine.
does. She looks
Okay,
terrifying.
okay. Well, if it bugs you, you could technically wear your
Hi,
headphones
Morty.
backwards.
Yeah, I did try it, but it feels weird.
That's valid.
It's okay. If anything, the proximity is more like, are you above me or below me, kind of deal.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's true. All right. Well, I'm
Yeah,
ready.
Dead by Daylight mentioned they have the new killer coming out.
Oh yeah, dude, I
Oh.
saw that. The head thing. It looked cool.
Yeah,
Where'd
I
Sims go?
believe she's the.
Yeah, they got head and DVD now.
Oh. What? Yeah.
Give your head in DVD?
Yeah. So no head. Break skateboard. I'm ready, ma'am. I would like to go vegan. I want to get the flower crowns. I will be going vegan.
All right, we'll just do
I guess
regular
they're the
peak.
eggs. Okay.
I will
Just
be
a bit.
dying quickly.
No, you won't.
But Morty, I'm doing good. I hope you.
I actually like that it doesn't cut out. It fades away the audio. It doesn't feel as jarring, in my opinion. I also forgot to turn the
Having
music
fun
back
with
up in this.
this?
Maybe I should
Have fun with
have
me.
music off for this. I don't know.
I turned the music
you
off
should-
because I play my own music.
Just in case you didn't know, the water and the energy drinks count as food.
I did know this.
For,
I
like,
did
the-
know
the
this. This
packaged food?
cursed.
Okay, good.
Yes, this cursed information.
Bing bong.
Ding
I've
dong. I
ruined
wonder if
my
we can find a golden
naturalist
one.
runs like 3 times because I forgot.
Oh, unfortunate. Piton! Piton. I found a piton.
Oh, I want to get the stare at the sun and binoculars thing, so I'm gonna be carrying binoculars. Be done.
Is there the sun? The sun's right
Watch
there.
out.
Sun's right there. work here, or
There's
does it
an
have to be in
achievement for
the-
staring at the sun with binoculars in the Mesa. Is it Mesa today?
Oh,
Did
the
we know?
Mesa?
Oh.
We do not know.
I don't know.
Oh,
No idea.
okay. Well, I'll carry him with me and we'll see.
Do you want?
Alrighty. I'm going.
I'm slightly
Alright.
poisoned because I thought it'd be fun to
I'm
slip on a
going
jellyfish.
on a trip in my favorite rocket ship.
Zooming through
Flying
the
through the
sky.
sky, little Einsteins.
Fuck yeah.
By the way, Art Wumble.
Yeah.
Wumble. Nice to meet you. I'm you. I didn't really properly introduce myself.
Oh, we should maybe
Yeah,
we
you
should do.
skipped
I
over that.
fucking always forget to do that. Okay, all right. Wombo, since you are our new guest, would you like to go?
Ow.
Hi, I'm Art Womble. I just call me Womble or Dan. The other one, it's fine. I do
Womble
art
it is.
things.
Welcome, Dan. Welcome, Dan. All right, Shems.
I'm Shems. I'm a silly little guy. I like hanging out with friends.
Yeah.
Peace.
Beautiful lady, if you could introduce yourself.
I'm Mew the Mermaid. I do a combination of art and games, like we did art earlier. Hooray! And now we're doing games. Hooray! And I just want to have fun with all my new friends and old friends and all the above.
Yippee!
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Elaine.
I'm Elaine. I'm a cat cow, and I do co-working and art a lot of the times. And I say very silly
She's my favorite
things.
podcast.
All right, let's.
The only
let's beat
I'm a
this
new
people.
streamer, and the only devastating about being a new streamer is that I can't watch Elaine all day.
You flatter
That was
me.
the hardest thing that almost made me not want to stream. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you're too sweet.
It's okay, but now I start. Before I used to hang out with her an hour before I started, but now I changed my hours, and now I get to go see her before I go to bed. So it works.
Woo!
Nice.
But it's nice to meet everybody.
Oh, I didn't hear something.
Yeah.
I got some coconuts.
Coconut.
Coconuts. Hold on, let me turn up the music.
Coconut.
I don't think I saw enough.
Alright, I'll see you guys in the pop.
Oh yeah, Shems
What?
likes to leave us and then gets booty butt touched by the Scoutmaster.
You got a
Nice.
thing for that Scoutmaster? You think
I
you got a
like
thing
it.
for them bonies? Them
He does.
bonies?
Them bone.
I like hearing him say yeah, but like far away.
I'm gonna go up the other. I'm gonna kind of follow where Shems is going at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a pretty easy
Cleaning.
ride up there.
And play it at the same time. Chat's really funny.
Balloon.
Go.
Yes,
On a yellow
Wumble's chat.
apple napkin.
Leave. They made a joke in your chat that they should leave to go find streamers that read chat when they play at the same time.
No, fuck 'em. No, stay with Womble.
Hashtag not loyal?
Wow, that's ableist chat, and I will have you'll have it.
Yeah, that's so ableist chat. What the fuck? Not everybody can be a little oopid guy like some of the other people and have eyes going in 2 directions like a fly.
Exactly. Wombo would get along with Ghost because Ghost is disabled, and she loves to make saying we're ableist if we don't support her in anything.
Oh, you gotta walk. I realized you could just walk there if I climbed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go this way because I see a quizberry. I want quizberry.
Okay.
Okay,
That's so mean.
That
That makes me that reminds me of how like Vex always tells me skill issue whenever
Are these
I
good
die.
mushrooms?
Do they have
they have a
frills
skirt on the bottom of them.
bottom?
They're
They
bad.
do. Oh.
They're
Then
bad.
they're bad.
Yeah.
Yeet.
You.
So just go ahead and read chat. No.
Oh, dear
They
God.
don't have a skirt.
He's gonna die either way,
I-
sister. Just go and read chat.
No.
Damn.
I'm gonna sacrifice my life for Womble. Womble's making it to the peak. I say.
Oh,
as
I'm
we
not
already
sacrificing.
separated from- That's fine. You don't have to.
They're not bad. They're just misunderstood. Hi, Glor.
Let him die. No. I don't work like
I
that.
got Wom Wom in my DMs. What a name.
What the what?
Wom wom.
Wom Wom.
Wom wom. Wom wom.
Wommy. You Wommy could be a little
Oh, you
wormy.
gotta be gone.
We still not being fine. We don't want.
Womble, where are you going?
Glor, how are you doing, my
don't know
little
where anyone
cute
is.
goblin?
Oh, never mind.
They went up this way. This way. I'm not leaving you behind.
How was the rest of the stream? I missed it when you read it out. Unless I went to bed. I forgot which was which.
I think you went to bed before I rated out.
Wow!
Oh, you okay?
Okay. Yeah, I don't have enough stamina for that one.
Oh, we could go here. We could go there and then start going up.
Yeah. Actually, I think this one, if we can get to that, we might be able to go there.
Ow, my booty hole.
Your booty hole?
Yeah,
Sorry, I just woke up after work late today. I feel that I woke up an hour
Aw.
before stream because I wanted to sleep just like a little bit longer. Elaine, over
Where did you
here.
go? Yeah, where did Womble
Behind
go?
you.
Oh,
Oh, Wombo's walking that bridge. Man says I'm doing this.
I thought
I believe in you.
we were going this way. Because my audio flipped, I always think you guys were ahead of me instead of behind, so I'm trying to catch
Oh!
up.
I'll meet you up there then. I'll make
I
sure
tried
that
climbing
he
it and I
gets-
couldn't make it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go this way.
Okay.
I made it.
If I can, I'll get to that top one and then pull you up if anything.
Yeah, I'm coming. Ow, 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 ow.
We're going up, it's our moment.
Shayla
Oh,
always
yeah,
makes
no video.
comments when that plays on my stream because it plays a lot on my stream.
You dare?
Womble, help me! Oh shit, I don't have enough stamina. Oh no, I'm okay. I have too many
you don't have enough
coconuts.
stamina.
Hold on.
Drop the
I have
coconuts!
Hold on, I'll eat them. I'm
We have
hungry.
coconuts
Okay.
at home.
We
No,
have
we
coconuts
don't.
at home.
No, we don't. Those are just weird apples.
You guys
You
are
go.
so silly.
I'm on the bridge.
We're going on a
Alright.
ship in our favorite rocket ship, flying to the sky, little Einstein.
I'll rest on this rock.
You got this.
That looks like a cat keyboard. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Our moment.
Okay, I think we could just go up. Like here?
I think I'll make it.
Maybe?
I'll make it.
There?
I'll make it.
Is there a hole?
I won't make
There's
it.
no hole.
No, like around it.
What?
Around
You wanna go
it.
up there? It's wild.
Cleaning my keyboard accidentally hit the enter.
I may have made an oopsie, but if I set
Yeah, I made it.
ow. We're good. We're good.
I don't think that's
Instinctive
possible.
ow. I think it is.
Oh, you're
What? So
lying.
no? I'm not a liar. If anything, I'm a bad liar.
I need to clean my keyboard, but I need to press air. I have transparent keys. I wish I did not. The keys are expensive.
Where'd you even go? You said you couldn't make it, and I think you're already up. Where'd you go?
Put different ones on, like,
I'm still down where we were.
you can
What
see
do
all
you
the...
mean? Hold on, I'm coming back. Ugh. Yeah, you just climb up there. I put a pit up there. I put the piton up there. You can make it, I believe.
Piton.
Oh, piton! Here to support. Hello, Buster! Welcome, man. Piton! Slams phone on road.
Okay, I'm up.
Okay, I'll be there in a second. I fucked up. Fucked up a little
We
bit.
use it in the piton.
I will use the piton that I have meticulously placed. Hello, alright, there we go.
No.
I feel like me went this way.
Where's Mio? I hear Mio, but I don't see Mio.
Miyu! Where? Miyu, where are you? I'm gonna take this. Poison is temporary, winning is forever. Oh.
Okay. There we go. Alright. You gotta yeet.
We got a Buster on Buster contact. Woo!
Where my
Thanks,
coconut
my
go?
Fuji. I don't. Would you throw it?
Yeah.
I haven't.
I just threw it in front of me here and it disappeared. Did yours disappear too?
It ate on my coconut.
What?
No coconuts for us,
Wait.
guys. We must starve. We starve.
Game, that's so mean.
I slipped. You got this.
I will.
Yeah, look at you go, cowboy.
Piton.
Oh shit, you have a piton.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm fixing it. I'm fixing your Fuji Tech right now.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Still dealing with the poison. Mew's gone.
Mew's gone. What the fuck do you mean Mew's gone?
Oh, Ghost is in the VC.
Yeah, let me go to BC. If I had on me,
I guess
I'm like, therefore I'm ashamed
start
of it.
again.
Oh, there you
I
are.
was muted.
Mew, what happened? What happened?
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm
What
guessing-
happened to me?
I think Mew must have left because Ghost joined the VC in Discord. So I imagine we're just like going to start the game again.
I don't.
With Ghost in it?
No, don't start the game again. Don't.
Okay, we won't.
What?
They said. I think it'll be okay if we don't.
Are we
start
talking in
again.
VC or are we using game chat?
Womble.
We're using
Womble
game
in
chat.
game. I'm being the messenger.
So I went
yeah,
to my
you're
ghost, and then my whole
Two
entire
spirit right
server
now.
froze and black screened. So I
Okay.
forced shut it down.
Yeah, we just lowered the output volume.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll wait in the game then, if that's
Yeah,
okay.
okay. I lowered
Okay.
output volume.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm in the game.
Hello?
Okay. So.
I see that.
Where did you go?
I'm here,
I'm not
behind
talking to
you.
you.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So it looks like Mew's computer crashed, but we can still she can like come back.
Oh, she can rejoin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do we have the mod where more than 4 people...
Sing with that.
Mew,
Oh,
can you
okay.
talk to me? I'm still in the Discord.
wait, did Mew
so
just
you
leave?
can Talk to me if anything happens.
Mew crashed.
Yeah, Mew.
Can she get back in?
I'm a hope
No.
so. Cause
She's
Ghost
is
said
going
not
working
to
on
leave
it,
the game.
James.
This isn't going anywhere.
Okay, it could have gone somewhere though, Womble. It could. Oh! Oh!
Oh,
Oh!
oh,
Oh!
oh, oh,
Oh!
oh, oh.
Oh!
Just gotta
You're
look around.
renaming Sim.
I'm in the crack.
Okay, wait, let me
I'm in
turn
the
on
butt crack.
Discord while
What does
you're
it smell like?
because I have that all the way
It
down.
smells like ass. Okay.
Mew, do you need an invite?
Alright. Wait. We home Alabama, oh summer long.
Do that. There you go. I sure can. I'm sorry. My bad. I forgot to mute Discord.
Suitcase.
My bad. Now it won't be doubled. Now it won't be doubled. I need that. It's already opened.
Give me an open.
I
Need a hand. Need a hand. Need a hand.
I got you.
Thank you. Alright. You wanna put that in my backpack?
Yeah, I can put this in your backpack. I see a mushroom. I don't know if it's a good mushroom. You a good mushroom? You a good mushroom?
Let's see.
You are a good mushroom. Dog.
Oh.
Oh, it's right there. I knew you would die.
Yup.
Good job.
Oh. That is Shem's like here?
Shem's might be up here. Oh, we should.
I think it is one. Yeah, this is probably.
Because if we make it to the top and then Miyu joins, we can, and she might join as a ghost, so then we could just immediately revive her so she can just join us.
Yeah.
Should work.
Yeah, I'm happy most. Sweet home Alabama. Oh, so long.
Oh, maybe it's
There it
'cause-
is.
What's wrong with us looking like little orange men?
What?
Nothing. You just all look the same. Wait, hold on. I need you all to stand together really quick so I can take a screenshot of what you look like.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Take
Also,
your
hi
time,
Womble, nice to
Miyu.
meet you. Okay, we're good.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Let me. I'm putting it in the round table.
Sound good.
Hey, you little orange men. Don't use the statue yet because we need to get Miyu. And she's gonna
I know.
go-
Yeah.
Yeah. Miyu needs to be here. It's very important.
Yeah. Got you, Miyu.
Also, I'm so sorry that I'm late, guys. I had like a shitty night last night and I fucking crashed.
That's okay.
No, you're
Okay.
fine.
Sorry. I know. This discretion cannot be impaired.
If it makes you feel better, Shem says you were dead at the bottom of a lake. Theoretically.
Yeah, okay, so that's pretty
Oh.
much what happened.
Yep.
I'm gonna get a coconut. Since mine disappeared. Ow.
Hi. Yeah, I kept the Discord unmuted in case you needed me for something.
If it helps, I slept through a call from Shems, a call from Sunny, numerous texts, a call from my sister, and tons of appointment stuff that I need to respond to.
No,
So I was out, you know?
Just taking a little nap.
Yeah.
Oh?
I heard
She's
something.
spawned alive?
You alive?
She's all the
Are
way
you
down there
in?
now.
Oh shit.
Nah.
Why can't
It's
I
an
see
easy- it's-
her character?
It put
She
me
cause-
back exactly where I was.
I'm presuming it's because like she was already loaded in that it just, you know.
I can
Bot.
see her character.
Hello.
There you are. Hey.
If you go to your left.
Newcomer in air quotes.
Yeah.
Okay. I will meet the Discord again. Alright, we're back in action, Wobble.
Alright.
Hey, can I have that? Can I have your?
Yeah.
Can I have your coconut?
Oh, thanks.
You can have that one.
What the fuck? Where'd you get
Oh,
the
my
God, I'm
balloon
so
from?
hungry.
I got a balloon at the start.
It matches you.
In the game, and so, like, my hunger.
Am I red?
Well, you have like accents of red on you, so it's like it looks nice.
Yeah.
Okay, oh!
Obvious. I was waiting for the campfire.
Mhm.
I'm eating them.
I don't know if I don't know where the not the mushroom, the marshmallows are. There's no.
They should have been up here.
Hold on.
Oh my, did they despawn?
Unless Shems ate them all. Shems might have ate
Oh, did
them
they
all.
despawn?
I swear they despawned. I hadn't grabbed anything other than the coconuts up here.
He's
I
not
think Shems
lying.
might have
There
ate
is no
them.
marshmallows in his inventory.
Shems
Well,
might have ate
shit.
them.
Oh.
It's okay. At least we get ghost back.
I'm here.
Are we still orange?
Yeah. Well,
That's
everybody
crazy.
except you, Mia.
Can we light the
Well, okay,
campfire,
I'm just better.
I'm just better. Yum. Alrighty.
There it goes.
Everybody get. Alright.
Oh my
Oh.
god, fine. Hell, Jesus.
Oh, jeez.
Huh.
I don't know, guys.
I cooked my
cook-
balloon.
Oh yeah, we have a cooked balloon.
I cooked
nice
my
and
balloon.
toasted.
Is there any vines over here I
The
can jump
fuck?
on? There's one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I hate this one. This whole level. Can...
Yeah, this one is like
this
the
one
hardest
is
for me
easier
personally.
this time.
It's worth.
Is that
I
a
don't think I've ever
banana?
forgot
Ooh!
No, I didn't.
Labor the leg buster!
Look, there's these here.
I'm speed running my way down. I saw a banana. It was not a banana. It was a banana!
Banana.
Oh.
Mhm.
There's more. There's
Thank you.
There's stuff over here.
There's another one right here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, these are green. I don't want no green berries.
Green means good.
Green does not mean good.
I'm pretty sure
Look
it
at
means
yourself.
good.
Look at yourself. Look at yourself.
Shit, you're right.
Are there coconuts? Oh shit, there's coconuts in the jungle? I'll take one.
Yeah, they spawn on the big trees. On the littler trees, they use that for their kingberries.
I want one. I got a nut. I got a nut. I got a nut. Where did we go? I see an orange folk. There's a purple berry.
It might be orange. I'm not sure.
I'm coming.
Look in the round table and put it in.
I fucked up a little bit. I got a new coconut, and Shems gave me his banana.
I got you.
Oh.
It's okay. I know.
I'm a
I know.
cleaner.
Womble's
cleaner.
that one because he's got a backpack,
Yeah.
and then Elaine and
That's
James I
Wumble.
cannot tell apart.
What's happening?
I can't tell you guys apart. You're all orange.
Orange, you
Womble I can tell
lad.
apart. Womble I can tell when you're far away because Womble has a backpack.
I got a coconut.
This is as high as I go.
Got you. I got you.
What? Thank you,
Good job, team.
Are you hurt? Is that way, or just because it was raining?
I'm a bit hurt and I'm hungry.
Oh,
You're hungry? Do you want a banana?
Thank
Or
you.
do you want my
yeah.
nut?
Oh, tempting.
I think there's actually some crisp berries up here.
So just give me whatever you want.
Yeah, there's some crisp berries over there on the other side. If you
Okay.
go across.
Ooh.
Okay.
Does anybody want this antidote?
Yeah, I'll take it. Put it in the pack.
Orange, you glad to see my ass? Oh.
What?
Who needs Chris Berry?
Wombo
free?
needs food, right? I can carry some
I
too.
fed him a banana, but yeah, he probably should have extra
Yeah,
food just in case.
I'm a bit better.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I didn't
Oh my
see it. I'm
god,
so sorry.
Miu, my savior. Now I don't have to bump. Oh my god, thank you. You're so kind.
No, you're welcome. Yeah, that was totally
Oh
my
my
plan.
God.
I didn't want my
Yeah,
wife to
thank you.
risk hurting herself.
Yeah,
Hi,
you
thank
know, because I got such a fat ass and I always bump into those.
Exactly.
You should throw that at Shams. Whoa!
Oh, there we go.
Where'd you go?
What's funny is I threw that banana at Shems the other day, and I made him trip. It was really fun. I gotta find the clip.
I wish I had
Wombo!
my game capture
Wombo!
when we were playing the other night because
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know where he is.
Wombo, where'd you go?
I'm live.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I think I'm coming towards you guys.
I hear you. I hear you. Oh, there you are.
But
Okay. Coming, buddy.
This way.
Yeah.
Hi.
You going up the waterfall?
I saw your message.
Alright, cool.
Why would you do that?
The only thing I can think of is she did puke, so she could not be feeling well, and a lot of times when cats don't feel well, they ultra stress out, and then they'll do stuff like that.
Miu, cat expert, my love. Do you know why cats sit next to their litter boxes and take a nap?
Yeah, make sure her litter box is clean, maybe change it out, and just just kind of watch her for a little bit longer. Yeah, if she does it again, and if you see any kind of symptoms, I'd probably...
She was just napping in there. I think it's because it's been so humid for her.
Maybe. What was that? Ghost?
You're crazy. You're so crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You
then
take
that
such
makes-
crazy
cleaning.
routes, man.
What the fuck?
I don't want to do it.
Oh, okay.
I'm clicking stuff.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Hey.
Miu
Hey.
is an expert at this game. She's beat this
I
game.
know, he's actually being a team player.
That way might be better.
Oh!
I'm fine.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going this way. I turned around and grabbed the wall. I'm gonna go this way.
We're going.
This way seems better, guys.
It does? What do you mean?
It seems, better.
I'll let you grab him. I want to
There's
see what Ghost is talking
no
about.
landing grab from this.
Oh no!
Okay.
Do you need more food?
I got balloon. I do need food, yes. I can't eat balloon.
Fine.
You got it. 2 for 1. It opened and you can eat it. You got it, buddy. There you go. Good job. I don't know where they went again.
poison damage?
Yeah, you have to climb up one of the slate.
Alright, see, we gotta go cross.
You're going to take
yeah.
poison damage.
And then go
Yeah, I've got
up.
almost a full bar of poison.
There we go.
I used all my extra stamina. I used all my extra
I got-
stamina to get on.
What?
I got antidote.
What?
There's antidote in my
What?
backpack.
Pour a rope for you guys.
Go back and let it
Oh yeah,
go.
can you lower a rope for them wherever? Yeah.
Yeah, where the
I
fuck
got
did you
antidote
guys
in my-
go?
Same route. Guys up here,
Oh, it's
and
there.
then you're gonna go over
Ow,
there.
ow, ow, ow,
Am I good on rope or what's
I would. That looks.
I don't know if I'm getting there.
We'll let them decide if that's good for them or not.
ow. Give us
If
more.
anything, if you go a little to the other side, Shims, that's how I climbed up.
I was trying to.
Yeah, like in this little hole here.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
That's
get in
good.
my
Yeah?
hole.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, I used up all my extra stamina to get there.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Is it because the taste of your lips is toxic? Damn.
Isn't that a Britney Spears lyric?
I think so.
Womble, womble,
I'm dying.
womble.
You're toxic,
Are you dead? I gotta go get him. I gotta go get him.
Shims, I don't think this is the way.
I don't believe so. Actually. Hold up.
I'm coming for you,
Never
Womble.
mind. This is dog
You won't die alone.
This is, I don't... Yeah, unless you use that, I don't...
I'm
Okay.
stubborn.
Womble!
I mean, I'm
I
already
forgot
here,
where
I
you
might as well.
fell.
Oh, there's Womble, I think he's dead.
Ow! Womble, no!
Is Womble dead? Womble!
No, I have him!
I don't have bandages. Get him.
I got you, buddy. Gotta find food. Gotta find food.
There's a kingberry right here. Don't they give you poison though?
I don't remember.
I think these ones.
You
poison
know what? Give it to me. Poison is temporary. Winning is forever. Give it. Feed it to me.
Feed it to you?
Yeah, feed it to me.
Okay. Is it yummy? Also, I'd like to sincerely apologize for not taking your guys' way. I learned my lesson, and I
don't
halfway
know.
dead.
I'm gonna be with you. I don't know if that is the way either, but I guess we'll find out. I don't even know if I'm.
Does
I
that
gotta
mean
wait.
I was right. Oh, up here. Okay, I can pull you.
Pull me. Okay. Maury Womble. No fellow left
I probably
behind.
can't get over to there, but I can try. If I don't get over there, I'm dead. Whee! Oh, did
you
it?
got
I
it.
did
You
it.
got it.
Why? How you doing?
I got
We found
Womble.
Womble.
I don't know if this is the way.
The way I was going was here, and then if the rain wouldn't have stopped me, I went over to there, and there's a way to climb around it now. But the rain stopped me, now I can't do it.
I mean, they have
This
a
is
rope
their-
over there.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
we
is
should go
there.
that
Hold
way.
on, let's
We're
go
coming.
this way.
You're coming?
Yeah, we're coming.
I very likely cannot get up there.
I
I can't
do-
get
I have a
up!
rope. I have a rope,
Oh!
so maybe.
Womble also
I'll
has
try.
a rope.
Okay.
Oh. Womble, don't die.
Come on, Womble. What do you mean Womble died? What do you mean?
I said, Womble, don't die.
Oh, okay. I was so afraid that the game would let me carry a skeleton. Okay, I will put. Oh, it's a shit. I'll put the rope right here. Okay. Is this good?
Keep going. Good.
Alright, there you go.
Uppies. Uppies. Hurrah! I made it. I think we
Yeah,
go
I think we
up
gotta
for
go
me.
up. Yeah, we gotta go up.
Oh! Ah!
You got
I
this.
made it. I'm so good.
Alright. And now there's a rope. There's a rope right there. We gotta go up and like around.
Okay. Gotta make it to the
Oh, the
rope.
fog rises into my asshole.
No. Ah! No, I'm fine. Regain that little bit of stamina. You know what? I might eat. No, I don't think I can eat the kingberry at this point. Oh.
I got you.
Oh.
Alright. So there's a rope and then there's a piton that Womble placed. Yeah, go up.
I see the piton.
Hold
Oh,
on to the
shit.
piton.
Hold on.
Careful.
Grab piton. Grab it. Thank you.
Okay,
I
and
can't go further.
think
I
we-
can't.
Oh no.
Hold on. I can't. Elaine, I'm so dead. Oh, you can stand right here. You stand sideways. Okay, you go.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay, I'm coming.
Why are you climbing on the side like that?
Oh.
That is not how that
I
was.
don't know.
Your character lagged
Okay,
out.
alright, cool. Alright, they left us another rope. Let's go! Womble, I won't let you down, buddy! First
We'll make
collab,
it.
and I'm gonna make sure you fucking live, my guy!
I can't make it up. I can't make it up.
Shit.
No!
Wait, I can make it up and then maybe I can grab your hand?
Did the yellow kingberry poison you a bunch?
Oh!
Oh, it
Like
got
a little
it. Okay,
bit?
wait. I got this.
Hi, back. Welcome back.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
You got this? You got this?
Wait, let me
Oh.
regain that little bit of... Just walk into the wall right here. There you go.
I got you, let's go!
Awesome. We're doing it, teamwork!
Woohoo!
Now where did they go?
Maybe they went that way. That looks pretty, like, up.
Ah, no! I almost just died. Just gonna wait for the rain to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, there's a suitcase open over there.
Hi?
Hello?
Guys?
Oh,
Guys?
Sims.
I'm gonna go down this way.
Yeah, maybe we go that
Hi,
way.
guys.
Hi, where are you?
We're just like, we're on the other side.
Womble's dead and we're Youchy and I'm Youchified.
You're Yassified of what?
And Womble's dead.
Go this way.
Like we have his body on Elaine's back.
Oh.
You can save him. Come save him.
I can't, I don't have nothing.
Oh, well.
Oh no.
Don't,
okay,
don't save
buddy.
him then if you don't have nothing, it's okay.
Wait, I think this is the way! Ghost!
But Sunny's voice is over here.
Hello?
I'm gonna go, hello?
Oh, hi!
Hi.
Elaine!
Yeah?
She's over here! That's Sunny.
Okay, I'm coming. I think I'm above them now. Which I don't know how I did that.
Where is she?
I think I'm above you now. Wait. Hello?
Want to get her up?
Elaine?
Hello?
What?
I think I'm above you guys somehow.
You're above us somehow?
I think I got above you guys somehow.
Help!
Oh,
Help!
shit. Sorry.
I got it. Thank you.
I think.
I'm halfway used up by my hunger.
Go up
Gotcha.
here.
Oh, there?
Ugh. No.
Yeah, I jumped here.
Ooh.
Okay, I did it. Thank you.
I don't know if this is the way or not. Letting you know.
Oh, it's raining.
I'm gonna wait for the rain to stop. Hold on. I think I see a little ledge over here.
I got a rope.
Okay. You want to give that? I was gonna say, if you want to give it to me, I can always lower it down if you need it.
It's like so confusing. It sounds like they're. It sounds like you guys are right next to me, but not at the same time. It's really confusing.
We're
like,
on a cliff.
Yeah, we're on a cliff. We're trying to get over. Yeah, there's like a little spot right here.
Cool.
Wobble. Oh, that was bad.
I think so. I think I have a tick on me or something. Or it's my hat.
What's wrong with your hat?
Oh.
I don't know. I think it's just like a
No!
thing.
Shit!
Oh, bro, thank you. Let me look for it.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Lane.
Huh? Oh, hey!
Hi.
Hey, we got
You
you.
guys have any
Hi.
food?
Oh, Wumble. Is there anything in his backpack?
Rope? I think.
No, but I'm gonna take his
Bing bong?
rope just in case. Yeah, he's got Bing Bong. Here, let me see.
Oh,
I wish I could take his.
Ledge
would take
right
his-
here.
Okay,
want his
I would
backpack?
take his backpack, but it won't let me take it off.
Wait, hold on. Wait, maybe I could. Oh, I don't.
Oh, there's a. I don't know where to go from this ledge. This
I got his
is-
antidote.
Oh wait, we could go up from here.
I should have
It's
put.
okay, come
I
on,
should have
Elaine.
left that on it. Hold on.
I don't know if Elaine
Oh
can
fuck.
make it.
Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna make this, guys.
I got we got rope.
Oh, yeah. Rope me.
Where are you?
Rope me.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, that's good, I think. Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No idea where to go from here.
Over here. Maybe. Oh.
Big vine. Maybe.
Yeah. Let me. Hold on. I'll risk it.
No, don't risk it. Let me risk it, because I'm almost dead. Oh, you. Oh.
Alright, Wombo, I gotta put stuff in
there.
your backpack.
Oh, okay.
Do you
Alright,
want my
hold on.
backpack instead? And then I can carry mom?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's alright.
Okay. I don't think I can make it all the way. Sunny, I don't think either of us can make it
Oh, no,
over there.
yeah, the Wi-Fi. I'm trying to see if I can get up and then lower a rope down.
Okay. I feel bad. Maybe I should have
Alright,
let
hold on, I
Wombo
gotta wait
die
for
so he could
my,
talk to us. Oh.
No! Ah! Oh no, I'm gonna pass out. Okay, bye. No.
Oh no. Oh no, Womble.
Ow.
Womble, buddy, what are we gonna
Oh
do?
my God, there's no way I'm gonna... There's no way I can carry you! Sonny, why are you so heavy? I got her, but she's heavy! Sonny, there's no way I can carry you!
Where'd Shems? Where did Shems go?
Good question!
Why did he leave
I would
us?
like to know that as well. I'm gonna try to go this way. Elaine, I think there might be a way to go this way. Girl, I ain't going down there for you.
Oh, I see.
Pookie, I am not going all the way down there.
Well then. Well then,
Oh wait, there's a suitcase over there. If I can get. Oh shit.
Alright, we're going down, Womble.
Alright.
Going back down, Womble.
Hi.
Oh, you died?
Yeah, I fell, but I would have been okay. But when Ghost was carrying me, they were on top of a vine to like climb, and when I came out of consciousness, I I fell, and there was no flat surface for me to land on, so I just dropped straight down.
God damn. Okay.
Oh, there's
Okay,
there's a mushroom to you. Hey, there's a mushroom to your left, Elaine. Turn to your right now.
It's
There you
okay,
go.
we're
You
gonna blame
careful.
this on Shems.
Oh yeah, I'm already blaming this on Shems. I don't know where that fucker is.
Yeah.
I know. I was behind him and then left. He was gone.
I gotta get those suitcases.
Vex, get some caffeine in your
it,
juice.
traitor!
Yeah, if you keep going that way, it doesn't look too bad. Well, there's a
But
bunch
the
of chests down there.
chests. Yeah.
There's a bunch of chests down there. If you can grab that rope, I think you'd be fine. Like that vine. If you fucking just send it and then grab that vine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go on this side first.
Or climb down.
Alright, Womble.
Vine.
Go.
Oh, I didn't. Oh!
Oh, big bug, no, big bug.
Oh god.
Elaine, you can't carry Womble. You'll pass out.
Oh, Womble, no!
Oh, there
I
you
can't
go.
carry the backpack on the phone. I can't carry the backpack. Oh, I'm so sorry, Womble. I almost had you.
That's okay.
Oh, there's a berry on the poison vine you can eat.
Ooh.
You see the little the little orange thing sticking out? Be very careful, but you can grab that.
Give it. Give it, you son of a bitch.
Get up. Oh,
everybody dead?
Lynn. Yeah,
No,
everybody
Shems
but
is
you.
alive.
Shems and you, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is there a muting, toggle muting game button? I need to figure this out.
Yeah, there is in settings.
Yeah, settings and just do voice activation. You can mute yourself technically, and also or just mute.
There's
Oh,
a
there's
lot
that
of dead
mushroom
bodies
below you?
down here,
There's my
guys.
body.
Look, there's my body
Oh.
too.
Oh, I see.
both of not all of us dying here. That's fucking hilarious. Because there's Ghost and then there's me over there. That's so funny. It's a fucking
Well,
bone
it's the-
I need
graveyard.
those
What's
chests.
the control?
Where is it? Where is it?
What control
Hey, where are
is
the
that?
chests?
Where's what?
The
We saw two
there's
chests over here.
over
Now, where are they?
They were
Me.
mirages. We're not in the desert, but they were. I'm gonna see if Shems is alive.
Can you
Okay.
can you hear
He's
me?
at the campfire if
Yeah,
you
we can
wanna.
hear
you.
Shems is
Oh,
at the
okay.
campfire
So that's
if you
more
wanna,
good.
you know,
No, don't tell my
you
wife
got
to
it,
do
you
that.
got it, you got it, you got it. No, I believe in you, actually. Actually, you know,
I want to know what happened where
I've
those
faith-
chests were that we were looking at.
Did I just get like?
Oh, is it the wrong? Is it the one up? Is it up there? Did we jump on the
I
wrong?
think,
No,
like,
it's not that platform.
Indicator to say if you're muted or not. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't like it when games do that, but it's kind of a thing that like they'll forget because it's a UI thing. Magic bean. Where the fuck did the things go? I feel kind of.
Yeah.
I feel kind of scammed.
Yeah. Well, at least it never hurt.
Sure. Just go my voice activation.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, here you go. Food.
Okay, I have enough food. I just need to heal because I fell. I fucked up. What the fuck? Alright, well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to those chests.
Is Shem's up there? Shem's alive. I don't know.
Yeah, he's at the fire.
He's at the fire?
Yeah, he's at the fire.
Hey guys,
Oh, wife.
even
Oh,
the
okay.
Scoutmaster. Oh, even the Scoutmaster is having issues getting up. Oh, hey, look, the binoculars.
Oh. Daily word, whoopsie. Whoopsie.
Trying to hop up this side of the mountain.
You
Like,
better
for
go.
5
Go.
minutes.
Revive us. Revive us. Revive us.
Revive us. Revive us.
I swear,
Revive
I
us.
told you
Revive
guys
us.
like
Revive
5
us. Shut the
times
fuck
I
up.
found a way up,
Revive us.
and nobody responded. Nobody
Well, because
responded.
Womble had fallen.
Oh,
Womble fell, and so Lane went to go get him as the righteous hero she is. And then you totally ditched us.
okay. I'm alive. Hi.
Ew. Why would you drop me so harshly? I'm hurt now.
Your body goes.
I'm
Your body
hurt
fucking.
now.
Look at my stream.
What
Hold on, no,
the heck?
just. Aww.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your body was all fucked up. It was really funny.
Oh wait, hold on.
Here.
Oh, never
Ever
mind.
have
I've got
You
marshmallows
see, I
in
was
my
nice
backpack.
enough to leave the marshmallows for you
Oh.
guys. There's only 3 of them up here.
I kind of don't want to talk to you right now.
I sacrificed some marshmallows yesterday.
I'm
Unbelievable.
kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for getting to the end.
Oh,
Shut
this
up,
makes
Shem.
sense.
No.
You guys
No,
are
thank you.
lucky. That fucking mountain sucks,
Oh, it is
guys.
the best. That means I gotta
Yeah,
come
no
back
idea.
later and use the binoculars.
That's valid. Oh, maybe we'll find binoculars on the way. Maybe.
I've never seen any just like in a box.
I've never seen any fun.
You know, I realized that one time when we played with Noble, we played the crowd control. I think you could technically do all those kind of like challenges through crowd control. technically.
I raided into somebody the other day who was doing reverse challenge. So they had a mod where you start at the top of the peak, like the way you leave, and then you climb down to get to the shore.
Damn,
Oh,
that's
shit.
crazy.
So much easier.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Is it bad hurt or is it little hurt?
It's little hurt. It's okay.
that?
It's fine. It's fine.
Did you drink? Where'd Womble go?
No, fuck you.
Womble's such a free spirit. I don't know where he
What?
goes half the time.
I am so hungry that
Oh, there
I
he
think
is.
that would
I didn't hear
probably.
you talking about me. I don't know where anyone is.
We're over here. We're over here. Behind you. Behind you. Behind you, you
Behind?
speed demon.
I'm gonna climb this rock over here to see if I can get to this white chest.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and try to get that one. We are low on supplies.
Ooh.
We need supplies before the sun comes out
Supplies,
and eats my
motherfucker.
ass. Supplies, motherfucker.
Supplies, motherfucker.
Womble, be real with me. Should I have let you die so you could talk to us?
Nah, I'm
I-
okay.
Okay. I was like, I feel bad. You can't talk because you're like in stasis.
It's one of the things I don't like about this game is just like that you just when you die you're just kind of waiting.
Yeah, that's valid. Wait,
I'm just like,
I thought
did we climb the wrong
the
one?
chest. I know. I think it. I thought the chest was on this one. Oh wait, there's another chest over there. I'm gonna go get that one.
There's
It's a brown
chests on the
one.
floor over there, so that's gonna be wrong.
Wait, the one on the floor over there, the brown one.
Ah, I'm being burnt. I'm burning.
It's okay. Burning is temporary. Winning is forever. Womble, remember this. Bandages. Bandages. Is that in the shirt?
Hmm.
Ow, 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 ow,
I'm
ow,
again.
There's a chest right there.
Yo!
No, not the one.
Did you get it? You okay?
Run.
Ow, 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 ow.
Okay, stick to the shadows. Like Batman.
Yeah, be careful.
I don't know where I'm
Got home from
going.
work.
This is better.
Real?
Nice. Able to do 3 miles on the dot.
Hi.
Let's go. I'm glad.
Hi, do you want me to go get it?
Rockies were able to
Get
work
what?
out for you.
The chest? Did you get it?
No.
Let's pray I don't walk into a cactus.
I got it. I got this. Don't worry.
I know where I'm going.
Looks like it kind of didn't work, but it did work. Ah. Ow.
I don't know if you're making that.
Let's go see if this is it.
Ah!
I think it is.
Ah! Okay, I give up.
Yeah.
I don't want to get that chest anymore. The stupid ass chest.
I can follow the shadow over here. Oh!
I just wobbles.
No!
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 What? Yes! Oh. Whoopsies! Whoopsie! Oh, he's dead, Jet! Can I fall into the antlines? I don't know why.
There's a sandworm.
Hey guys.
Oh,
Hey guys.
We
We
should
made
have,
it.
we should
Hey,
have.
so
Guys,
I
I
didn't know
have
that was.
bandages.
I didn't know that was a thing in the game.
No, we were like
I was
in
just
the
like, oh,
antlion's mouth.
there's a suitcase down here, and then all of a sudden I'm being eaten.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
that's a
one over
rule.
there. We tried to.
Oh!
I was able to dodge it.
Right between your eyes, Jim.
Oh, God.
Those things hate
Damn, I wanted to
Shims.
see if we could find the golden bing bong too.
Wait,
Hi,
do you think
Graham.
that's what
Welcome
that was?
in.
Shims, do you think
Yeah.
that's what that little bar was in the thing?
What do you mean?
Uh-oh. Hey,
They added so much to this game, I had no idea.
I'm trying to see if this tornado's coming at
Have
me
you
or
played the
not.
Mesa before, Womble?
I once, but I was dead for the majority of it.
This shit's hard. dude.
No. Mew's hat should have sun immunity in this biome. I agree. But instead, you gotta take food and then point it at the sun. Be like,
Oh
fuck
yeah, I
you,
forgot. I
sun.
forgot
Wait,
that that's
what?
how that works.
You
You
can
can-
take, if you have
because it
something in your
counts as a
hands, you can point it at
shadow.
the sun.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
counts as a shadow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no!
How's everyone doing? We're doing good, Grim. Welcome in. Welcome home from work.
I ate shit.
Twinkled.
Oh,
I got one
no.
on my arm.
And then you got another one on your arm?
Oh, hey, Fox. Everybody's coming in today. I think everybody finished up work and now everybody's
My
here.
left toe.
Oh! I just saw them get lovingly tapped by You want me to give it to your thorns? Stop moving. Stop moving!
Stop moving.
I was getting one off his shelves.
Okay,
One
jeez.
more, it's on my ankle.
I gotcha.
He was getting dint just lurking
dear.
away. Ah, valid. Did
Okay,
everybody
wait,
miss my game completely crashing earlier?
Follow me.
That's okay. That means that doesn't happen. In their reality,
Yeah.
they don't see it, so it doesn't exist.
Actually, the day of pretending to Mama Grimm. Oh, okay. Well, I hope Mama Grimm feels better. Welcome in. Come see this tomfoolery. I want to get to that chest. I don't care
I
about
was
the fire.
eyeing that chest. I didn't want the backseat drive, so I was just like,
No, you good. You can backseat drive me anytime, baby.
ooh. Because I died, will the flower crown thing not work now, or?
No, I think it should be fine.
Okay.
It should still work as long you have to just make it out.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I caught about a creeper. You such a creeper. You creeper. Are any of the other two hurt? I have a med kit.
Spread out. Are you guys hurt? Any of you hurt? Hey, that's where I died. Look, one of them is the one that's like further up is Womble's body, and the one that's lower down, that one's my body.
We're looking for Bing Bong!
Oh, Bing Bong's gone, dude. Bing Bong.
No, the
Oh,
golden
Bing
one.
Bong? Oh. It might be on the other side. I think it's on the other side. I don't think it's on this side.
I think it's over here because the capybara's capybara's over there, Shems. So it was on. Okay, wait. Hear me out. Watch out for that fucking thing.
You have a.
You gotta be the one to watch out for it.
Hear me out, guys. Look, there is a little in this one. Watch, I'll even jump down and show you. Hold on.
Alright,
There's a thing here. There's a ledge here. And that could be the crevasse where the thing is.
That's an antlion. I don't know if you see them, but that is a whole ass.
No, I see him.
Antlion, bro.
No, I see him. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this little crevasse right here that we can stand on.
Yes. I understand this, but that right
Hey,
there,
man.
I don't.
No, that's just Tim.
So bro was planning your demise. Poor
That's
kid.
just Tim. What are you talking about? Wait, hold on. I need everybody to go. Hold on. Where is it?
Alright, I'll be right back.
More on the surrealism side. Yes.
They're looking for the golden Bing Bong, and
Golden Bing Bong only spawns in there.
Okay, alright, I'm gonna go tell them that before they get eaten by an antlion. Be right back.
Yeah, I want you to pull me
Hey
out.
guys, okay.
I have it. I have bandages.
No. Okay, I've gotten news that the golden Bing Bong only spawns on the other side. So, just letting you guys know.
Here.
Okay, alright.
Did
Have
you
a good
get the
day.
achievement?
I also like to adopt character designs, so I adopted a character design from my friend Jem, because it's hot, and I drew that today and finished it.
Are you talking about your lovely demon lady?
Yeah, lovely demon lady. Yeah, she came up so fucking hot, dude.
I want to see a demon lady.
I can show it on my stream, or I can. Oh, I can share it. Never mind. Hold on. I can share it in. We're all in the couch. We can. You're in the couch. I can share it on the
round
couch.
table if you want.
Yes.
Or the
Yeah.
couch. Yeah. So I stopped.
I'll share the
getting
version with the
eaten by an
glasses
ant.
on because they're good.
Oh, we are all orange.
Oh, yo.
Great art indeed. Thank you, Fox.
Damn.
God damn. I like how it's very shiny. It's very nice.
Yeah, they're shiny.
God damn, good job.
Hell
Mark.
yeah.
But yeah, I like to draw sexy ladies.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, and a lot of people fucking. But
What?
I don't get to do that on stream.
I feel like I'm too ace to draw that most of the time, but like I've been trying to branch out.
I getcha. Yeah, I'm one of those people that can look at like porn and porn pics and stuff and not get bashful or shy or draw it, because that's always the question I get. It's like, how can I draw that stuff and not feel shy or bashful? I've only ever gotten shy once drawing something because the lady I was drawing was super hot. She's just staring into the like at the viewer, tits out, and I'm just like, oh, hot lady.
Yes, I did life drawing for like 8 years, so like not like put off by like nakedness or anything like that, but it's just like I think it's the act that
Yeah, I get that.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, at this point it's pretty neutral for Gemini, just normal day. Exactly. Yeah, Fox Lunarius in my chat and their spouse Gem are also not safe for work kind of artists, and I love their art. Their Fox's spouse Gem is the one that first made my demon, whose name is Mira. And they do duo streams, so Fox will play games and then Gem draws, and usually she'll do, or they will do adoptables, and that's how I got Mira. I saw the pose and the glasses, heard it was going to be a succubus, and I was like, sold. That will be mine.
Nice.
So I bought it from them.
Ah, gee,
And I
seem
don't
like they
regret
take the dollar out of your pocket the minute they said succubus, huh?
Yeah, no, I love a good demon.
I'm doing an Oni friend of mine at the moment. I can show you in the round table.
Ooh.
Just a work in progress, but getting there.
Oh, is it the one with the ruby?
Yo! What the fuck?
Yes.
That looks so good!
Thank you.
It was real good at art. He drawing Gartic phone real good.
Yeah, holy shit!
Am I a bit sick? I'm always a bit sick. I have chronic illness. Yeah.
Oh. Mmm. Piton.
Piton.
Piton. Hello?
Oh.
Stuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check on the babies.
Okay, you go check on them.
Alright.
Nice.
Hello.
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 How's it
We
going?
both got the antlion achievement, by the way. We got bit in the ass by it.
Oh, there's an achievement. I did not know there was an achievement. I just
Yeah,
knew it ripped
there's an
me a new one.
achievement to successfully escape it. And that one was like such a good opportunity because he had a little ledge. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Quizcar, sing in my ear.
No. Skymaster. I promise. I'm running. I'm going. I promise. I'm not.
Oh no.
I don't see him.
Hey, there's a chest behind you.
I don't know where he is either.
Are you still grainy?
Okay. Oh my god. I'm like using up my stamina. Where are they?
I think. Feels like. Oh, I can hear them. It feels like they're above you though at this point. That's why I was like confused when you said
Above
Scoutmaster.
me?
I think they're above you.
Dorked me off, bro.
That doesn't make sense. Last time I saw them, they're still over there.
Wait, I think they're below you. I don't.
Yeah.
They're going through a
Oh yeah, I
hole.
hear them. They're over here.
Oh yeah, I got confused because this is like a nice plateau that I was not expecting to be.
Yeah. Oh, you're so well. The milkshake was bad. I'm so sorry, baby. That big kiss for you. Mwah.
Bad
Imagine
milkshake,
climbing.
no.
Shut up.
The fucking rock. Oh my god. What?
Oh yeah, they're over here. Okay.
Yeah, they're going
I'm
up
gonna eat
that
some of
hole.
these.
Ow!
Fuck.
So I need to use the remedy shroom. What the fuck?
You guys okay?
No, don't put it away. Put it away.
Don't use your blow dart. That's for dire measures.
Oh goodness gracious.
Dear.
Mew is at the top of this hole.
Yeah, but you
She was getting hunted by the Scoutmaster for a second.
No.
I'm okay.
Okay, wait,
I'm
don't
right
pull me, don't pull me, not yet. And now.
I'm just gonna wait for them.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
There we go.
With magic beam.
Like right here somewhere.
Yeah, they're like below me.
Oh, do you need food?
Are they over here now? Oh, there they are.
Hello.
Woo!
Oh.
The team is.
Yeah, I
better!
started getting chased by the Scoutmaster, so I had to come back.
Oh.
Can you get this
sorry.
off my face, please?
Oh yes. We were getting the antlion achievement where you have to successfully escape one. Apparently you have to get bit in the ass for it. So
Oh, that makes sense why I
did.
didn't get it.
yeah, we both got it.
By the way, this way's a good way to go. This is the way I was going before I got almost murdered.
Shem Prickles, help! I got one somewhere. I don't know where.
Right.
Oh, there's an achievement for having a lot of cactuses stuck on you as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got that one too. I only got a few achievements that I don't have yet.
I also got the cactus. Oh, there's a remedy shroom up there. Let me carry that. Because I've been getting hurt a lot because this game hates me, and I'm just that skilled that I'm finding.
Listen, pain is temporary. Winning is forever. That's how I get through this game.
Shem, you on my magic beam?
Imagine climbing.
Sure. Oh, let me put this piton in your backpack.
Amazing.
Throw it at you. Please hurry, cause it's hot.
Alright, now I'm gonna kind of leave it behind a little bit.
Hey, you got this.
Oh, good, the sun went down. Right when I was
Ooh,
about
shells
to
for-
burn my little...
Yeah, but I'm full inventory.
Hello, thing.
Someday I shall ascend. After we play, if I have time today, we could try playing today.
What
Fox.
playing?
Do you have work to do today?
Or if anybody's okay with it, if we end up playing another round of this, I can invite my other friend.
Yeah, that's
What you
fine.
playing?
If he has time, my friend Fox.
I might dip after we win one, cause I have stuff. to do,
Okay.
but
Okay.
maybe
no problem.
maybe I'll hang out or something in chat.
Okay.
Here's the win.
There's a shelf for
Squish.
If you're playing with me, I try to at least. I may not keep
Oh,
you,
yeah.
but I try to at least get out.
Miyu always wins, at least, or at least, yeah. Every time I played with Miyu, I won, so it's kind of like,
I want to carry this.
I don't know.
One
how
way or
women are
another,
gonna
somebody gets out whenever I play.
play. Yeah.
Unless it's just all cursed. Oh, I don't want a cannon. Oh.
I'm just saying, hot women are good at this game for some reason. It's a trend.
Oh, you.
Goddamn.
It's true.
Explains why I'm terrible at it.
The volcano.
Well, you're just hot. You're just not a woman, you know.
Like I said, I'm better.
Oh.
Oh, you didn't throw that over?
No! There's a second one! I'm stuck on a cactus! Fuck!
Oh no, I'm so bad.
Oh, we can talk about it another time. My wager over dinner, but I appreciate. Oh, no problem. When I played Peak, I died so quickly. Oh, perfect. That.
Oh.
Oh, that was really funny. There's a mushroom stuck on a little cactus there too.
Is Shem's dead?
I'm gonna have to go.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna have to clip my view of that because that was amazing.
Please, that's funny.
Is Shem dead up there?
Goodbye.
He's not. He's in the cactuses below me.
Why
Yeah, I
are there
think
so many
Shem's-
bombs?
He might be dead.
I have a scorpion.
He's definitely dead.
Oh, that was kissy.
Does Shems need a med kit?
Yeah,
Oh,
probably.
there's medical roots.
I'm
Oh,
full
he
dead.
just died.
Oh.
Hey,
I just saw him.
I was on
Hey,
my way.
Shams.
There's a cooked scorpion down here now.
Eat it. You can eat those.
I don't
That
need
was-
I don't need food yet.
That was
Oh,
fucking
I
tragic.
just. Oh.
I got hit by a bomb, flew into a cactus where a second bomb was, and then while I was trying to escape the cactus, the fucking scorpion was stinging me.
If we look over here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 bombs
There's
just
5.
clustered
There's 5 of
together.
them.
Yeah, I see a 5th one like right there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Ghost, hi.
Hi, I threw down a remedy shroom right before I passed out.
Nice.
My remedy shroom went down, but that second bomb pushed me like just barely outside of the range.
Oh.
What the fuck?
That's unfortunate. That was
I saw you
epic,
too at the
though.
last second. I finally saw you. I was about to jump down to heal you, but you died.
Yeah, my bar was going down really fast.
Yeah, you got fucked over.
I'm very poisoned. I don't know what poisoned me. I think there was a scorpion down there. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Hopefully it should go away.
Yeah, no, it'll go
How are you
away.
so
But
far
Here, come
back
this
there?
way.
You can scroll out? Oh.
Yeah, you can scroll out.
I didn't know that. I thought you were stuck like
You can
this
scroll
close.
in
Oh.
too, and it's really helpful. If you
It's okay. It took me a hot
Right
minute
up
to
the
learn
road.
that too.
Hello.
Hallo?
Mwah.
Mwah.
Sie kehren und Hallo.
Okay. I am,
Yeah, 'cause
by
I
the
was
way,
like,
I am
okay,
fully
deep
healed
voice
and I
man.
have like,
Sie
I'm fully-
I almost got great voice. He's from Wales.
alright.
It's like my
Ghost,
only
we
fun
got
fact about him,
this.
other than he's a good artist.
Wait, what?
Oh, I should have
Uh,
reminded you guys. I had the
Go ahead.
blowgun on me, so if you all needed a full heal, I got.
I've never needed it or have used it, so I'm good.
I saw Shems was gonna use it when they were gonna get the antlion achievement.
I was just kidding around. I wasn't actually gonna do it. I've attempted murder on Ghost with it too many times. I feel bad.
No, guys. He had thrown a banana at me, and I had fallen halfway down the mountain one time, and then
You
I had
you took like 0 damage from it. You took like 0 damage, and you killed me for it.
Silence. I'm telling a story. Be quiet. Anyway.
I came down to help
He
you.
does a chest around.
Shut up! Okay. And then I had a blow dart on me, and when he came down to help me, I blow darted him, put him on my back, and threw him off the fucking mountain.
Oh yeah.
Asshole.
And it was a day we weren't filming either, so it's kind of sad that we didn't get it.
Aw,
Oh no, there's
careful!
Oh god, there's
Wait,
bombs
is there
down there.
mine shafts in here?
Yeah, there's mine.
Yeah.
Don't go down there, there's bumps.
I know, but that's so these mine shafts. These are what you find Bing Bong in, the gold Bing Bong.
Oh.
There's a bump.
Oh, whoa.
Throw! Oh my god.
Bye.
I almost didn't throw that.
Maybe in the other one.
I didn't throw that far. I'm getting back up.
There's a hole.
I wonder if I could. Can I be a little?
I know there's
cheat?
a hole, it's okay.
Is she
Okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. I'm fine.
Was there anything interesting down there?
No, not really.
Yeah, I didn't see Bing Bong. Unless I'm bad. That's possible.
And my inventory is loaded, by the way. I've got so much.
Nice.
Hey. Considering that more than half of us are dead, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I've got a rope cannon as well, in case we need it. I had like normal rope on me, but I dropped it back there for a remedy shroom because I get hurt a lot. I might need it pulled up though.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of a climb.
Oh wait, just wait. Oh, hold on.
There's
No,
this
I'm
over
fine.
here.
Oh, I jumped over there. Rah! The jumps always remind me of the Foxy jump scare from fucking FNAF.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from FNAF 2.
Yeah.
I've never
I
played a
played
FNAF
both.
game.
No, me either.
That's you're lost because they're
I
golden.
played one when I was really young, but then
Where do we go
I
from
never
here?
played another.
I'm following you. We go over there.
Yeah,
Go where?
that was weird.
Oh yeah, that was another spot I was gonna look at.
Where did the Scoutmaster try to get you at?
By where all the bombs blew up.
Oh, that might.
I think if you go the
I was
opposite
to say, I
way-
think this route looks better.
It does. You right.
I like that I can be scrolled out, so I don't. Because I felt bad, because I was like, just like in your way. I felt like, but no, I'm
Nah.
Yippee.
I like to zoom in super close to be in Ghost's face whenever I'm a ghost.
Yeah. me
That's
too.
valid, but you are my key to victory, so you know.
We'll make it. Oh, so, hey, Sunny. Hey. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm not making that. I'm not making that. I can rope cannon that. I am not making that.
No, no.
You could jump maybe there. There's a little like ledge right there.
If
And
I
so then you
slide
won't, like-
down, I'm dead.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like if you there's a little spot there you could jump onto, and then it won't make you slide. I just wanted a really harsh angle.
I'm not making that jump.
Otherwise, you
We could walk around. I don't know.
I'm gonna rope cannon it.
Okay.
I can't do that.
That's fine. Yeah. Rope cannon. Rope cannon.
Okay.
Give you some
there.
advice.
It looks like you might have to get a little toasty.
Complicated. Hey, in my good graces.
There's a chest up there waiting just for you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yum! Nom 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 nom. I'm actually gonna get rid of my piton and grab this instead.
I'll take it. I'll take the piton.
Hello.
Yeah, just get up here. It's sitting in the suitcase. There we go.
I like my suitcase.
I like my suitcase.
I like my suitcase. I need to eat
And
my.
I'm gonna
my
use this time to make a cup of tea. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, have good tea.
If an half mentioned, you opened up a sleeper agent in Bat.
Yes, bats. Bats, I'm so. Me and bats get along. It's okay. Me and bats, we.
Oh my god, I haven't used that term in a while. I think I'm regressing. I think last night was so fun that I'm regressing to my former self.
I thought I saw
Ghost, be careful, there's a
Don't worry.
scorpion.
Get down, Mr. President.
There's a scorpion. Ghost.
There's a chest all the way over here, and I want to go get it.
There's a scorpion behind you.
Hey, hey. Get down, Mr. President.
Hey. Good reaction.
Yes.
Never mind.
Oh.
Oh, Sunny. We could have used that.
That was amazing.
Oh,
I wanted
like,
cookies.
I had space in the morning.
I know. I was trying to throw it to you, but it did not work.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well, huh?
No.
We can get that one.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we gotta climb.
There's a bomb up here. Careful, don't go up there.
Okay.
Or do.
La 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 la. I'll get rid of it. Oh, there's lots of cactus.
My hero.
Pick it up, pick it up. Go. Oh, my sister's calling me. Hold on, guys. My sister's calling me.
Okay, I'm gonna keep climbing.
Meow.
Yes, my love.
Would you be interested in playing ClapCon next week if I got it for you in Shems and Ghost?
What game?
ClapCon? It's
Clepca?
yeah, it's a game where you ascend levels or yeah, in an elevator and you have to feed the elevator. And there are a bunch of spooky doodads. It's kind of horror game but also randomized, so it's kind of cool.
Oh, let
What was
me
the name of the game?
look. Yeah, send it to me so I can see what it is and I can look into it.
Okay. I'll put it in the round table for the dead people.
Okay, because I don't want to say yes and then it's like, oh, it's not a game I would play kind of deal, you know?
Sonny, that's not a good way. Don't do that.
Oh, I think I remember seeing something about that. Honestly, yeah, I probably would play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we'll see how much it is. And then...
It's
Go from
$10. I was
It's
gonna get it for you.
$10.
Oh, yeah, you don't gotta buy it for us. We can buy it.
Okay. Cause I told.
I mean,
Bob
unless
that
you
I was gonna play next
absolutely
week, and-
have to, then how could I ever say no?
Oh, I've never gotten the sunscreen in the Mesa.
You spray? Okay. Yay. Oh, there's a bomb right there. We're almost there.
But yeah, if it's okay, I invited Bafty, but it's just gonna be Bafty. So
Hello?
hello.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not, because I heard just stuttering, and I was like, hello?
Oh shit. Am I too far from my Mac? I'm sorry. I invited Bafty.
That's
if
okay.
That's okay, but it's just gonna be Boff.
That's fine. I haven't seen Buffy in a hot minute.
Yeah, Boff's been trying not to
Honestly,
die because of the
it's-
heat. Little snacky. Wait, was one?
snack.
Okay.
I'm gonna go this way. Hi, Mooney! Oh yeah, redeem the second and thirds! Hi, Lazy!
Though I think at this point it's just
Hello, hello!
game and friends, you know? 'Cause there's so many
Yeah.
of us now. Not just beef and boofing.
Yeah. Ghost just getting rid of dynamite left and right. Oh, look at all this food.
You doing okay down here?
Send a
Up here?
kiss to
I guess you're
Ghosty,
above.
okay. Mwah.
You got a kiss. You got a little kissy. You guys are almost at the top. 3,000.
I'll make sure to give Ghost another kiss, Bat. Thank you for the hydration. I do need to drink some water.
I did
I'm
tell
not keeping
Ghost
up.
that they got a kiss, but they might not have heard me.
I'm following you, Sonny.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay,
die,
I'm back. I
Sonny.
have tea.
Help!
What? Where are you?
Help!
What happened?
Where
What happened? Are you okay?
Uh-oh.
Down. I'm so gonna die. I'm
You're
gonna
gonna die. You're okay.
I'm gonna die.
You're fine.
It's okay.
No, behind you.
Ghost?
Behind you. Okay, yeah, go up to your left.
Up?
Go there. Go there. No,
You're
go to
going
your
to
left.
die.
There you go.
No.
Womble.
The devil
and
from
then
the
yeah,
devil,
there you
please
go.
Die. Devil
Go
from the bibble.
back and down.
Embrace death.
Womble.
I was looking through the
I'd
art
rather
bit,
embrace
but I was
a
seeing
hot
some
lady.
super duper important stuff
Come here.
naturally. Ah, I get you.
Come here, Sonny. Come here.
Well,
Let me
welcome
embrace
in
you
from your
instead of death.
lurking.
Deputy?
Oh,
I do not know.
ow,
It's tea.
ow,
Ghost is okay. We
Ow.
saved Ghost.
ow.
Here, just get
Ow.
up here. Just get up here.
Oh, don't forget to give Ghost the
Good deal.
kiss because they missed it.
Oh yeah,
before.
Ghost.
I got kissed.
Mwah.
From who?
Bat sent you a kiss.
Yeah.
Bat, I love you so much. Bat, I love you. I love you, boo. I have a piton and I have a shelf shroom
Oh.
if you want to put it there.
I think a shelf shroom either there behind us or over here. Either one.
This spot looks more shaded.
Yeah. Well, we're up high enough now.
Oh, are we? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we did.
Yeah, you
Yeet the
guys are
ghost.
like
I'm
almost
Toshi.
there.
I'm not eating ghosts.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm
What?
fine.
What?
Oh.
I'm fine. Just wait.
Hey, so you remember how I gifted you that Avatar game? I think you
Yeah.
should eat Ghost as repayment.
You should actually do what? Beat
Ghost
ghosts?
is
Eat
repayment.
Ghost.
I'm not eating ghosts. Yeah, ghosts is eating themselves. I'm
I
not
ain't
eating
got no-
ghosts.
I ain't got no food. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor.
You ain't
okay,
got
we're
no
almost there.
panties on. You ain't got no panties
You
on.
ain't no
You ain't got no
panties on.
panties on the
Oh.
dance floor. Sorry. That
Would you like some
that shit
Fitbits?
rotted my brain.
Thank you. I love
It's so fucking bright. Oh my god.
It is very bright.
Nah, this is normal. This
Not
is
as
just
bright
another
as
day in
your
work.
beauty, though. Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh, my heart. If only I could find a succulent lover that flirts with me as much as you do, Elaine. Hi. Oh my god, get in line.
I'll beat up everybody else in line. I'll beat them up. I'll
You'll beat me up.
disqualified.
We'll
for
Scott Pilgrim
violence.
this.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about.
Bring us back.
Come on, guys.
Welcome back, guys.
Scott Pilgrim.
Hello.
I'm alive.
Wife,
so
wife, wife, wife,
hungry.
wife, 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 wife.
Yes. Oh,
I gave
Can I
this
grab
back.
one
oh
of those?
shit!
No, you cannot have one of
Wait,
those.
wife,
Those are
that
for
fucked up
winners.
my
You're a
vegan
loser.
route. Wait, wife, did that fuck up my vegan route? Wife, did that fuck up my vegan route?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, no.
I just wanted to beat you.
It's okay. Yeah. It's okay. It's more important.
I'll get you your vegan route next time. I promise.
That's fine. It's,
Sonny,
don't
this
sweat
is
it.
for
Don't
you
sweat it.
because they all lost, so you can have it.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
No, they're on their own. They gotta find their own food.
Wait, Elaine.
Oh, okay,
Here.
give it to Elaine. Actually, that's
Aw.
I gotta make up for it. I accidentally
Why am I
ended her
cold?
vegan route.
Can you still
Don't
cook
do that.
bandages?
They don't do
so.
anything if you cook them.
Aww.
Yeah.
I gotta go find some food.
I can't believe I sabotaged my wife. I can't believe I did this.
That's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
No, I feel horrible.
It's okay. I was gonna do it to Shems the other day, but I was like, ah.
It's okay. There was like a 50% chance I'd die and not get it anyway, you know?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I have to make it off the mountain, so it's alright.
I do need. Oh yeah, I needed water. I forgot I gotta hydrate.
This is a bad idea. Oh yeah, I can just.
La, 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 la. How do we not get heat damage from being this proximity to lava?
I have no idea. Yeah, I was supposed to say that looks like a good route.
Oh
Careful. Is there nothing down there?
no! I'm going this way. This way seems good.
Yeah, I was supposed to say that looks good.
Uh-oh. I'm slipping.
Oh shit! Be careful right
Ow,
here.
my toes.
It's okay. I stubbed my toe too.
You go get him, cowboy!
Whoa, lava peak.
Ow, ow.
Oh!
Yeah.
Careful, Lane.
Yeah, I'm
it's gonna
good.
go
I'm
on
good.
fire.
I slipped a little bit.
Land
But this is not a safe rock. Ow! Ah! It's not the way I want to go. I want to go this way. Burning is temporary, winning is forever. Burning is temporary, winning is forever. Okay.
Oh, we can go forward.
Am I gonna die? No, not fine.
Carry the people.
Oh.
No.
Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to see the hot devil lady, or yeah, the hot devil succubus I was drawing, I finished it and it's inside my server.
Hi.
For any of those who have been keeping up with it.
Oh, look out, that one's
No,
coming.
no. What do you
Run,
mean?
run.
Shit.
Run! Run!
What do you mean that the rock that I chose is hot now?
Oh,
No, this
Why?
one's
You
hot.
did a background and everything? Yeah.
Oh, oh.
I took a background that I've done previously and then
Oh,
just
fuck.
like
Oh, fuck.
edited it to
Oh, no.
fit
Oh,
to
no.
what I needed it to.
It's
Oh,
okay,
no.
burning is temporary. Winning is forever.
Yeah.
Not already.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, thank you, Toshi, for plugging the Discord. I know, Toshi about to be, Toshi gonna be VIP status soon.
Ow.
Respectfully, Awuga. Disrespectfully, Awuga.
Wobble.
Disrespectfully, what?
Wobble.
What?
Yeah?
Oh, no, buddy. It's okay. We'll have a chance to revive you soon. This is
Did.
It's okay. It got a little hot and spicy right as we got on our rocks.
It did. Like, first yours went and then mine, and I was just like, I was too busy telling you to run before I realized mine was getting hot.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to say that. It's good. Or even over here.
Let's see. I mean, that way is also kind of a good way, though.
Yeah, at least I can use this opportunity to do a follow. Mew.
Yeah, Mew's great. What do you mean the rock I want to get on is hot now? Hot rock.
Hot rock.
Hot rocks.
Hot rock.
Okay, I could go around.
Is the rock that is hot.
Ooh. Hot, 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 hot.
Okay, there we go. Now that I brought up.
I hope you're having a good time. I'm sorry that you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, I always enjoy the games, but like, I spend a lot of them dead most of the time.
That is a mood. At some point,
Yeah.
like after an hour or so of playing a game, I'm usually just dying.
At least I can enjoy my tea now.
Yeah, you enjoy that tea. You enjoy that tea.
Yeah. It's hot like the lava.
There's a chest here. What loot do you have for me?
Grab the chest.
Boop. Oh? I will use these bandages. Alright, go around. God damn it.
Damn, Shen's already up there.
God damn it, Shems. Never taking the scenic goddamn route. Let's go.
Man, having like backwards audio is so disorienting.
No, I'm sorry.
It's like it's fine. It's just like when I'm like I expect to see people in certain directions and then they're not there.
No, that's valid, because like I'm very directionally challenged too, so like that would just confuse the shit out of me.
Yeah, I don't got the brain to handle this.
My stuff.
Oh, you're fine.
We were talking about sitting on faces and stuff, and Ghost offered their face.
Hey, yo.
Ghost, tell Mooney what you said.
I said I'll let you PayPal paste it on my face.
Love it.
God damn.
Coming, guys. I'm coming.
You got this.
Heyo.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
I hated them anyway, so it's fine.
Thank you. Now we can get. Is everybody here?
No, they're back down there.
What?
Yeah, they're back
What do you mean
there.
I got here faster? What do you mean I got here faster? I took a detour.
I slipped.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm over here.
Did you take? Oh, there's a can here. And a balloon. I'm a little hungry. I'll eat this.
Whoa.
Like my trail mix.
And I wouldn't take it like a sip of tea and you can feel it just like go.
Like go into your bones. I like that feeling. It's
Yeah,
weird,
I
but
was-
it's nice.
I was gonna trying to think of a way to say it without it sounding entirely sexual.
Yeah, ever like it when you feel the hot tea go down your gullet, boy? There you go.
I got her.
You like that warm feeling inside your throat?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! That is tragic.
Oh,
What just
I
happened?
think they are going to die.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I don't want to talk about it. Shut up, it's okay.
I'm
Go
gonna
get Sunny,
try
though.
and
If
get
you can
Miyu.
Sunny.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get Miyu.
Yeah. Get her.
Yeah. Good time. I'll go down there too.
Get her done.
Get her done.
What is it that Miyu needs? Is it just eat or is she hungry?
She might be hungry too.
Ah fuck, I'm not gonna be able to carry her up that shit.
Here, I can do it. I got it. Hold on, I'm coming.
You have food on you, Shem. Eat.
I am saving that for the campfire. Can this
That's
I'm
incinerated.
coming.
You
can't even
can't
be
use it.
used? Fuck.
I can get her. I got it.
Ooh, what? The big climber.
Come on, wife. Got this. Oh, son of a bitch! I went the wrong way. I needed to go. Oh shit.
No.
Oh, wife! Oh,
I was literally sitting here. I'm just like, I'm gonna wake up when they're crossing. I'm gonna fall. It's gonna be the jungle all over again.
And wake up and jump.
I tried to pick up Ghost, and then
Oh,
Ghost took
that's
all of
stupid
my
idea.
weight.
I'm
I think
sorry.
this might.
I'm so
No,
bad.
it's okay. It's okay. Oh my god.
Oh, this was
I
a
don't
bad
think that
idea.
was
This
the
was a
play.
bad idea. This was a bad
Oh.
idea. This
Guys,
was a bad idea.
we just
Bye,
gotta go.
Elaine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna backtrack.
We gotta go backtrack. Sorry, Ghost, I took this the wrong way.
Oh, my buns. My buns are toasty now. Wait for me, guys. I'm coming.
We get it home.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go check on.
Alright, I'm glad you're back.
Okay. I'm gonna wait up here for a little bit until the fire goes down.
That's good.
I got her backpack, so and she had like a thing, so I was able to eat.
That's good.
Does that chain launcher not work anymore? The burn
No,
one?
because it's incinerated now. It won't work.
Oh.
Ghost took all your weight. A champion's death Valhalla welcomes thee.
Like
I
that
yell
meme
at
that
him,
went around
but-
recently is like, I would like to make your weight my concern.
Ow, 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 ow.
I've seen that on TikTok. It's like, I want to make you're overweight. I want to make your weight my concern.
I'm very hurt. Not very, but I'm a little hurt.
I got a bandage in here.
Oh, may I have?
Let's get up here first.
Pain is temporary, Elaine.
I took it. Pain. Okay, listen.
Here, go into
Burning,
the backpack, go into the
poison. I got it. I got it. Okay, listen. Burning, poison, cold. Is there any other ones? Sleep are all temporary. Winning is forever. Pain is forever.
Wait, hold up. Mooney, have you not seen those TikToks? That would also work on me. I know, right? Like, that would 1000% work on me.
I like the ones where they like. I think it's funny when they bench press Pokemon weights. I think it's funny. Well,
Oh, that
that's
was
smart.
a bad idea. This was a horrible idea. Don't ever do this.
Oh. Okay, well.
This was a horrible idea. I laced in
It's
all of my
okay.
extra stamina.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, all the things are like.
With all
looted
respect,
upstairs,
but a lot
so-
of disrespect, Miyu on Holy Wolf Sounds and said Succubus Lady plus a lot of drool. Thank you,
There are
Toshi.
two wolves inside of me, and both like Miyu.
Well, they were talking about my art, but thank you.
Oh, well, I also like your art, but
It's okay. I take all of it. I take all of it, Elaine.
woo.
You know, a lot of my lurkers are talking, so I was just like, oh yeah, I finished the demon lady, go look, and they're all just
Yeah.
woofing.
There's an energy drink in here.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh, think of it, the bog shoppy.
whatever Shem's had
okay.
inside the cannon, I think, glitched into the ground.
Okay, well, I guess we just revive him. Shem's is not waiting for us. Like a big old
No,
bitch.
Shem's never does.
I'm alive.
We're live. We gotta wait for Ghost though.
Ghost AFK? Dance.
Not wrong there, Ghost.
Ghost.
I speak the P Piccolo.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Welcome
You're good.
back.
Welcome back.
What are you doing?
Hold on.
Oh my god! Oh,
Oh,
my god!
shit! Oh, no!
Oh,
Oh, that did
Oh,
not look good. Are
no.
you
It went off
okay?
my shit!
That sent you.
You went
Jesus.
all the way to the top of the fucking thing.
Can someone clip that so I can see someone else's POV, please?
Yeah.
There you go.
That was amazing. I realized how high I was when I could I twirled around and saw
Yeah,
against the
yeah.
Loki.
That looked very. Are you hurt or are you okay?
No, I'm not hurt. No.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, usually when you get sent through the cannon, it doesn't hurt you, but I also ragdoll really quick.
Mm.
That was amazing. That's the first time I've had a fun experience with the cannon, I'm not gonna lie.
That's my Alan.
I think I've only used it once, and that was to get the achievements of finishing the game.
I know, I'm so close to having an under-hour run naturally. I just always, whenever I'm solo, I always keep stopping to message people.
Yeah,
Good night, Beth.
when I did my under hour.
Night, Bat!
My bad.
Good night.
No.
When I did my under hour run, I was sitting in your chat and stopping to type, and I thought I
Yeah.
had so much less time than I actually did. Like I was using everything to get up the kill.
Oh, good night, Bat. I'm sorry you're having a flare-up. I love you. Thank you for always being here. Mwah. Have a good sleep, baby.
I gotta cook
Little
this
baby
real quick.
Bat.
Thank you so much, Bat.
We love you.
Sonny, give kiss to Bat, another one from me, and I'll redeem it later.
Okay.
Oh, we could go here, and then up that way.
Yeah. I'm gonna go around.
Sounds so simple when you say it like that.
It is simple, actually. This
Mwah, kisses for everybody. Matt gives kisses for everybody.
Woohoo!
Hi, Lane.
Hello.
Oh, let's not go that way.
Whoop. Whoop. Oh, I ran out of stamina.
You good?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. I just hurt a little.
Oh.
How did you hurt yourself?
I'm dumb.
That's okay. That's a mood. That's a mood, brother. I get it. Been there.
I don't got video
I am
game
there, actually.
sense.
Struggle. Stop being an art nerd and be a game nerd.
No.
Okay.
Like I put 30 years in, I can't turn back now.
Valid. I can only say 20 because I took a 10-year break from burnout.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh.
Glad you're back though.
I've only been doing art again for like a year and a half. And digital instead of traditional.
Ooh, nice. So you just
Yeah.
only been doing digital for a year and a half?
Pretty much, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I dabbled like slightly when I was like, when I first got my iPad, but it really wasn't anything serious. I finally got serious about it about a year and a half ago.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and I started doing naked stuff.
Hell yeah.
Woo.
Let's just hear Shem's laugh.
But yeah.
I don't want that chest across the way. Chest
Shem's
over
just
there.
gonna take it.
Oh.
He's greedy.
Yeah, I believe
The
that.
greed they talk about in the Bible.
And the bibble.
The
His
bibble.
greed sickens
In
me.
the Bibble.
I hope
Why not both?
Paul's right there.
I could do traditional. I have plenty of stuff to do traditional, but I just don't know what I want to paint. I used to do a lot of, not just surrealism, but nature stuff.
You can stand here, guys.
Whoa!
Ooh.
I
Get
don't
it.
have
Get it,
any
ghost.
inventory
Get it,
at
get it,
all.
get it, get it, get it, get it, ghost. Get it, get it, ghost. You guys okay?
Shit. Okay, okay. That one's a little bit rough, but you gotta somehow jump over here. Oh, there's like also a spot down over here you can get to.
Yeah,
If you can get to, like,
Just grab the wall. Oh,
No.
hi, Wumble. You gotta Blaine, grab the wall and then just jump to this side. Oh,
Okay, okay.
okay, yeah, that's.
Is one
I think
dead?
Wumble did.
Hey.
Yeah, Wumble did.
I knew where I was going.
It's okay,
No,
Wumble.
no, I needed to guide you.
It's okay. That was my bad. That was my bad. I didn't give you good instructions.
That's okay.
Does anybody have
I've
food?
got rope cannon.
I sit back.
Does anybody have food?
No.
No.
I got energy drink.
I've got food.
Thanks for using the lurch check-in.
Hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys.
Yeah?
Hey guys, help me, never mind.
Lot, wait,
Yeah,
you know,
we're trying to help each other.
I'm burning to death. My
Yeah,
bones
There's
are on
one
fire.
over here.
Oh shit!
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm okay.
Oh, she's under.
She's fine, she's fine, she's fine, she's fine, she's fine.
Okay, wait,
It
wait,
won't
wait,
pull
wait,
you
wait.
up. Fuck.
Oh, wait, she's right there, she's right there, she's right there, she's right there.
Oh fuck, okay. I might be too hot. Wait, hold on.
It's okay,
You're too
stand there
hot.
and get your stamina for a second. What is going
Stop!
on?
I'm trying to grab me, you
Yeah,
sons of
like-
bitches. Pass out.
Oh my god.
It does not want us to pull you up.
Listen, I wanted you to pull me up, but because I was like directly below you, it kept grabbing me, but below the rock, so I
I don't know where to
couldn't.
go from here. I wish it.
John,
You can grab me below the rock.
a chain launcher on me.
I just don't know where we would shoot it, honestly.
I don't
Shems, I'll
know.
let you.
Uh-oh. I'm fine.
I don't know if it's perspective, but I think if we launch over there, we can climb
Yeah.
up that and then make some pretty good
Yeah.
distance
Are you not
that
able
way.
to reach that?
Look out, Ray, there's a hot rock.
I might have to
And all my
shoot it
buttons
from,
feel the
from a
higher
higher
pain.
angle, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a way around
from
this.
there.
It was up.
Whoop.
Oh my
I don't
God.
know how steep that is.
Damn, that's you fucking slid all the way up.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy.
Guys, this gives me anxiety.
Guys, I don't think I can make it. It's fine.
If you jump from where
You got it.
Shems did. Okay.
Oh no.
I think I needed momentum.
Yeah.
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I'm ready for
Oh,
Maybe.
it's fine, oh, it's fine.
Oh, can you
Okay.
jump over to the... Oh, never mind.
I've got a rope launcher if you need it.
We're good.
Okay.
Oh,
I think this way.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try up here.
Oh no, Shems. Oh no.
what's gonna work?
Shems, help me. Shems, help me.
No,
I can't launch!
I'm trying.
Oh no!
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm fine. I have to go down to the heat. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay.
I can throw down some rope. I don't know how far it's gonna get to you.
I am all the way down. I think.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. What do I
There.
have in my backpack?
How close is
Oh, I have a baton!
You have a baton.
Kind of there, but you got to keep going, homeboy.
Oh, I don't know. I did.
That's as far as it's gonna go.
I'm okay.
Down.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I need to go back down though.
Okay.
Okay.
Between you and
Oh,
Give me a second. No! No!
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I just kind of slipped. It's my bad.
Good.
Ghost?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think maybe going up this way.
The cave
well,
really
goes
good
the
this time of year.
Yeah!
Yeah. I just had to go down and check, make sure it was still there.
I'm gonna see how high I can get from up here.
Okay. Maybe I can get in that crevasse you were in.
Fuck.
Okay.
You okay, Shams?
I think you get to the ledge. To the left there.
Yeah. I think if I do this.
Might need a baton.
Yeah. Thankfully, I had one. Thanks to Ghost, I had one piton. Oh, hold E to grab the piton. There you go.
I got it. Okay. Well. Okay. We're good. All right. I was silly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I heard some VOD.
Oh,
I was
shit.
like, what the fuck was that?
I'm gonna go this way.
Okay.
Woo. Bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum.
What's funny is my Ko-Fi little bot ad pops up the same time as my like ad streams come up.
That's a good time though, because then if they're not watching your stream, you know, they can tab somewhere else. Also,
Yeah.
there's like a dead end.
This way.
Mikey?
No, this way. Gotta go this way.
Oh, okay.
We gotta
I
somehow
just
go
realized.
up.
Oh shit! A wild shaft has appeared.
I know, he just kind of popped up behind me.
Hey, what's up, bud?
What's the face in the rock?
Hey, did you go through some trauma?
Wipe if you
down
need to. There's like a little spot right there you can like stand in too.
there? Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
there's a little ledge up here that you can like sit on too if you need the stamina climbing up here.
Okay.
Oh, and then
I'm like,
there's another one
okay.
right here.
Ooh. In the hole.
My favorite place, a hole.
Return to hole.
Ooh, this is a little...
Please, let me in, let me in, let me in.
Walk, walk, walk. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Waka waka waka.
I think we go over here. I don't see anywhere to go that way.
This way. Hey, wife.
What? Oh, okay. Ah!
It'd be funny if, like, you just all of a sudden be like, I didn't jump, and just fall.
Yeah, I know. I thought it would be really funny if I just didn't make that jump. But
I had the same thought.
oh, earlier when you were talking about that person,
Okay, this is a little sketchy, but it works.
Oh.
I can see your toes.
Yeah, I'm up, I'm up. Yeah, no, it's a little weird right there.
It's so sketchy.
It's a little weird right there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a little weird right there, but it's like
pants, dude. Holy shit. Oh, my pants.
Oh, this is rough.
I don't know if this is the way.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, I don't, where did she take us?
Wait a minute. Please, please. Fuck.
I know ain't no one else is making that bad.
Shit.
There's a way to just, go around that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's go around.
Is there anything up here? No? Fuck.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh.
I'm okay.
What about this way? Is there a way, like, to get across this way?
Immediately when you start falling,
I don't know
monkey
if we're gonna have
instincts.
stamina for it, but,
That's all I got. I got
just
8
wall to get to
brain.
there.
Yeah.
I'll make an attempt, but I don't, no guarantees I'm gonna make it.
I'll watch you make an attempt and then we'll see.
Oh fuck, that ledge right there looks like a ledge from there. It is not. We are so fucked. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Oh fuck. Oh no.
Oh shit, Chef made it! I feel like we should go that way.
That is so sketchy though. Yeah?
You know that yummy food in your inventory?
Yeah?
Both of them are super hungry.
Miyu. Oh, she's okay. There's a ledge below.
He's alive.
I've got a tiny little. Ooh!
You don't need to shift it. She's okay, you can pull her.
Oh, yeah, no, I can climb all the way back around. I'm fine.
Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna run for it, and I'm gonna try to jump to you, okay?
Yeah,
There's like a little ledge like below you.
Oh shit, there is?
If that.
I need it. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so fucking sweaty, dude. I wanna go the way Miyu's going. I don't wanna go your way, Shems. Your way is giving me so much anxiety. I'm going Miyu's way. Fuck you.
Yeah, this isn't bad at all.
Fuck you, but like in a loving way, you know, like in a brotherly way, you know? Holy shit.
Don't fuck your brother.
Oh.
Fuck you in a brother.
What?
What do you mean by that?
Don't be like that. Please, for the love of God, let there be food somewhere.
I'm
Oh,
so
will you?
I'm so glad
I'm going
you
down.
told me to have all
hot.
the songs on Spotify because I was
No, you know.
Okay,
You
bye.
know.
they're fucking bangers.
God damn it. I don't know if we're gonna make it, Captain.
I
I don't know if we're gonna make it, Captain.
God, this is awful.
Shems, you're gonna make it, right, buddy?
Hi.
I'm not so sure about that. I think we need
Hey.
either a chain launcher or a rope gun.
I've got nothing.
Oh, I see where I kind of fucked up. I could have probably maybe have jumped
Oh, I
behind.
fucked up.
Oh. Well. Oh, just sinking lower and lower. Oh. Damn.
Okay.
Biggest health bar I've ever seen.
Fuck.
That's
Hey, guys.
the only way.
This is actually fucked.
No, you got
Yeah, usually it's not so bad up here, but this is fucked.
Yeah, no, this is one where you like need items. This is bad.
Yeah, we needed a chain launcher, rope gun, we needed pitons, but we all kept dying whenever we had all this stuff. I had 2 and I died and we couldn't use them because they got incinerated.
I was hoping to get lucky with that case down there, but it's 2 rope spools.
There's another
Oh yeah,
case
I
below
see
it.
it. Yeah.
This is stupid.
Excuse me. I don't think
Oh
there's...
my
Oh, shit.
god.
Oh shit, hello
I don't think there's a
Raiders,
way.
1984, oh shit. Wait, sorry, it wasn't over since it was auto mod.
Sheds, turn around.
There you go.
Turn around, look down.
30 minutes for
Oh,
the tram
oh, oh.
to get home with no headphones. Oh, I'm so sorry, Vex.
Please, rope
be a
gun.
flare. Please be a flare.
If it's a flare, I'm actually killing myself. Ah! God damn it!
Oh.
It's okay, it's extra stamina, eat it.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, the
Turn
little
around.
extra bit. I think
Extra bit.
I'm gonna try something over here. I don't.
Maybe?
Shit.
I believe in you, Shums.
Is this a ledge? That is not a ledge. Fuck.
Well, there goes that extra stuff you just got.
This is awful.
I don't
It's
see a
not
way.
looking great, is it?
Okay, wait, Shems, hear me out. That's not gonna be a ledge. Shems, oh.
No. Trust.
Okay. Okay, I kind of see what's happening here.
There's
Face to
a
face with
face-
greatness and it's strange.
Damn, that lava's rising pretty fast.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
see the lava
it's
anymore.
it's hot. Oh yeah,
Can I
okay. If you
climb
go
up that
up,
little ledge there?
if you go up, there is a ledge to your like left. There you go. Good job. I don't know about that, Cap.
I don't know. I might have an idea here. Fuck. That's not gonna work.
Uh-oh.
Oh, whoa.
Shit.
You could go to the hot rocks behind you and see if that goes up.
Where's that is that a floating rock?
Well, maybe. Very possible. In a game like this, very possible.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice,
Ooh.
nice.
Ooh.
You got this.
Nice.
Oh, that lava was right there, dude.
The lava.
You can see it? I can't see it.
I think the
I
heat's
can
gonna
definitely
get to
see
me.
it.
I don't
Oh,
I think
no.
the lava's gonna eat your toes, man.
You can cool down.
Oh, we're back to where I was before. Fuck.
Yeah.
If you can make it up there, you can totally make it in general.
I don't think he's got it, guys.
No.
I think it's
have
over.
Faith. Have faith.
Ooh.
Have faith. We got it.
What about to your right, though? No,
Yeah,
to
too
your
bad he
right,
doesn't have,
there's
like,
a
an
little
energy
ledge right
drink.
there. There's an
Oh, it's over.
What do you mean?
The lava's high enough where I can't get my my heat back. Shit.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's making everything hot. Well, send off. Do a backflip.
Oh, that's why
Damn.
it's... I see a floating thing. It's a backpack. Floating in invisible lava.
Oh shit! This is really weird because I can't see the lava.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
You
poor
chillin'.
Sims. Oh. What? Why is the thing broken? It says we went nowhere. That's rude. We went a little. We were almost there. Look, probably like right here. Probably like. Oh, you chat can't see my mouse, but we were like right below the clock. the people honking. Beep beep. Is the game frozen? Oh, is the game broken? I might have cried. Hello? 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 We got next. I don't have a next button. Okay. The game is broken. Womble. Don't forget to put output up. Goodbye, Muse chat. I'm also gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Love you guys. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I decided I didn't want a snack because I just thirsty. I was just thirsty. I drank water and I feel better now. I was a little dehydrated. Let's get a shout out to Miu as well. Miu. There we go. Guys, if you haven't followed them, please go follow Miu and follow Womble. They're amazing people and we love them so much. We love them so much. Alrighty. I just had like the fear that I came back and I was talking and I didn't let you guys know. I didn't unmute, but I did unmute. Oh, me turn back to normal. Also, why is that thing on? I want my AC to be on, but it's not doing the thing. Oh, whoops. I don't know what it's not turning on. Okay. I'll just put on dry. Oh, I'm so small. Hello! Alright. We have some video editing to do. Oh, the walk, the bonky. Thank you for the bonky, Chevy. I'm trying to think. Kiwi mentioned us re-recording our audio. So I think I'm gonna do that first. Let me unblur the screen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have it blurred. And then we can some weird stuff. Picture now, wait until you see it. Alright. And hash of memory. Just gonna do lurkies while I play No Man's Sky for a bit. No problem! Enjoy No Man's Sky! Thank you for the lurkies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did I download my VODs? Make sure I'm downloading those. Start download. VODs 2025. Must be September 1. Thank you for the wellness check, Andre. I hope you're doing well. Alright. Oh, right. Okay, we are re-recording stuff. So let me do that. And then I think we'll edit the video. We played a good amount of game today, in my opinion. Even though I do want to play more. I do want to play some Minecraft. But I do kind of want to mess more with our little milk beans. Speaking of milk beans, I want to make a little post about them. I want to post them in the Discord. Of course, I try to never miss an Elaine stream. That means so much to me. You have no idea. Honestly, like, when I was taking a shower the other day, I went through my head and I listed like little fun facts about like all of you in my brain because I care about you guys, so I remember you guys. And it means a lot to me. How does Raggy do her? How did they announce the buttons? They did like a gradient. Okay, cool. Cool. Shower thoughts with Elaine. Yes, indeed. Indeed. This is I love being here every day. Because like oddly, is it an odd thing? I don't know if it's an odd thing. But I talk to you guys more than I talk to anybody else in my life. So you guys are like my best friends. So, you know, that is that. If it's broken, to live, awaken. I went such fun. I do really look forward to the streams. It gives me a reason. Oh, thank you, Sheppy. I'm so glad. I hope to keep entertaining you every day. Whether it be with the bunkus or anything else. This is white. But they are white. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. Glad I stumbled across your Twitch. I'm glad you did too. It means the world to me. I hope I never, ever, ever have to let you go. Never, ever. Semi-transparent. Semi-transparent. Be seen through the body. Man, the sun is up and now I can't see half my monitor. Can you not cover the window? Do you not have like a shade? Because that happens with my computer. I can't close my window fully, or I can't like close the blinds fully sometimes. And so it's like I have to get the sun sometimes in the afternoon. Different outside. I don't know how I want to do this. Maybe the colors need more room at the bottom. Let me scoop them down. I have the blindfold closed, but now it's leaking through. Oh. You were on my TV in my living room because the boyfriend wanted to watch. Hello! Hello, boyfriend. Hello, show me your boyfriend. I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the content, though. Semi-transparent. Yeah, and I'm color grading, which sucks. Oof. Yeah, that does suck. Inside equal soul. Can be any color inside. I can be any color. Base, reflect, soul color. Inside equal soul. Yeah. My office doesn't have a window, so it's pitch dark in there. I think that's a flaw. No, that's valid because sometimes the sun helps you create, I believe it's dopamine. So if you don't have any windows and it's just completely pitch dark, it can be hard to create that dopamine. I want to give some accessories to the guys. This one. This one. Let's see where it's from. Oh, then these are a little bit. Right. And then I got beef. What kind of beef? What kind of beef? Oh, now he's green. There you go. My brother. See in the fridge. Ooh. Oh, that looks so good. Oh. Ooh, maybe I did. I should have gotten a snack. I should have gotten a snack, chat. Unknown. Jesus from everything. Oh, this will be 50. Ooh, brother. Ooh. Oh, my timing was bad.
What's
my bad.
that?
What's that?
What's that, brother?
Inside soul. I should soul color. Cool. I just want this guy made out of milk. Maybe any color. I want these to be white. 50%. Oh, no. They can be blue. 100%. You see, you can be boy like him. Okay. These are all words and stuff. Words, words, words. I was yelling a lot. My throat hurts now. My whole throat hurt from all the yelling. I know it'd be in here. Yeah, I like that more. Selection only. You go in here. Milk bean chat mascot. Reference. Save. Okay. I'm putting this in announcements. That's everyone. Oops. We have a bean. On stream we created your new look. Elaine, pick a integer 1 to 14. What's an integer in 3? On stream we created your new look. Yep. New look. Now be known as the milk beans as my beans. Milk beans, that is. Good, good, okay. If you design your own, feel free to. Or if you want to have a specific accessory for your stream avatar and accessory for streamer avatar, let me know in general. V2. How do you small case things? Small case words in import. Oh, my brain. Subtext. Okay, so it's hashtag minus. Or if you want to have specific accessory and general. You want to design your own, feel free to post it here in the Discord. Thank you for the song request. Boop. Remove these now. This one. So many things on my computer. Nuh-uh, thank you. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Okay. Now we gotta re-record stuff. Okay. So I have moved my face tracking, so now it's more kind of like at my face. So hopefully that'll help. But let me just... There we go. And then I'm turning up my key light. The light on my face is brighter. Mine needs to be even brighter. Okay. Ooh, I should have kept that pop out, actually. Oh well. Might not have heard this one yet. I don't think I've heard this one yet. Just for a second. Oh. Thank you for the song request. Yeah, I should have all these, so the next time I need to download this a second. Oops. Download. Oh shit, go the distance, Pog. Ooh. Do this one then. Oh, I have to look forward and do a ba 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 ba. I like it. There's a little bit of lag with this, but I think it'll be okay. Alright. I always do it like this. I don't know why I do it like this, to be fair, but I do. Maybe it's because I stay looking at this area. The main area. Okay, we're starting with... Oh, the house smells like alcohol now. I don't really like it. Okay. We're gonna redo V-Stars. Alright. Meet Twitch's favorite community manager, Glasses. This Pokemon trainer has spent years cultivating a cozy garden that's not only a perfect place to lurk, but does so much to support several communities. I'd love to visit so I can pet her fluffy Marie. Whenever Glasses isn't visiting other streams or cracking jokes at their boss, you can find them playing a variety of cozy games. Come chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone... Come chill in her handcrafted space... Come chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone who wants to have a chat or lurk while getting their vibes... Long sentence. Come chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone who wants to have a chat or lurk while letting the vibes heal... Come chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone who wants to have a chat or lurk while letting the vibes heal your soul. If only I had a stream while I was going crazy over my work. Ooh, I want to do that one. Thank you, Canadian. Oh. If only I had her streams while I was going crazy over work. Can't get enough of the cozy vibes and want to bring some of it home? Check out their socials. Check out the socials for Bill V and Artist V for more model and PNG art. I hope that was good. I hope that was good. I'll be more for Kiwi. I will be more anal about making sure that I am straightforward when I record these things. Sometimes I get lazy and then I don't realize it, and like I have to record it for the 20th time because I fucking forgot to make sure I was looking forward and not just reading off the script. Smile. For me, yeah, because you mentioned it. Because if you're gonna put so much effort into making my scripts, I gotta put the same amount of effort into making sure this is your show. This is our show, boss. The fuck? It's our show. You silly goober. You're part of my team. This is our thing. Also, I just get lazy. On God, I just get lazy. I get tired. Usually by the time we record these, I'm pretty eepy. Oh, I have to get the clip in here, I forgot. Let me get that intro clip in here. I wish I had a comrade BLT emote right now. But that might be a little controversial. Is there not like a comrade one? No, not really. It might be controversial, maybe. Okay, what was this? It was like... Right, it's like... Yeah, because I like that cut to like, this is me running them over. Anyway, they're fantastic. I think that's funny. Over the whole controversy. The fuck? You gotta put your whole controversy into the joke, bro? I'm too young to get cancelled. I'm too young. Yeah, I don't want to get cancelled yet. Kiwi. I don't want to get cancelled yet. Why does it sound so quiet? Oh, it's because of the intro. I'm saying, this is where I'm meant to be. Oops. You guys want stream avatars on here? Man, fuck them kids. What the fuck, Kiwi? What shit are you on? What happened while I was not paying attention? Oh, don't worry, you're never too young to get cancelled. Alright, I'm too baby to get cancelled. I'm too sensitive to get cancelled. Do you want to cancel now? There we go. Why are so many of you cars? Stop being cars. I want you to be cars. Oh wait, and then I gotta move this bottom piece. Okay, hold on. And then we'll just crop the top of this. Ah, yes, the car gender. Ah, yes, the car gender. Okay, I think that's good. And then we'll do this part. Check out a scoot. I can go the distance. From how far. There you go. Let's turn my audio up again. 5, okay. It's not put together. Oops. Link. Okay. Let me see if I can cut that. Nope, I cannot. First things first. I just realized this doesn't have the template anymore. That means I need my PRF. It's funny, I'm not sure if I've actually shown you this one. Which one? I mean, there's so many songs in the world, you know? Ow. 78. 78. Oh, wait. Is it 72? 72 negative 520. 20? 260. Anyway. Simple Clean is a certified by it is. I do like that one. Never did, ever did, never did. Gotta get up and get water and stop my. Oh my god, are you okay? Like all 5? That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Oh god, I love the dance. What dance? Blood in my veins. Oh yeah. Okay, that was pretty good. Okay. What is the other one I haven't? I haven't done roll for fun. And I don't know what I was wearing for roll for fun, so I'm just gonna do this. And then we'll re-record it one time. You don't hear me say, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Alright. Play this one really quick. Swim around as a fish and do tricks in the air. Yep, that's all there is to this. Yep, that's all there is to it. You're a fish, you do tricks, that's the whole game. But does a game this spectacular need more explaining than that? But does a game this spectacular need more explaining than that? Currently out on Steam for the steal of 3 buckaroos, you too can become the next tuna hake. With 16 unlockable fish variants, salmon salt, barracuda roll, and loop-de-loop your way to fame. Chat convinced me to play this game, and I genuinely adored it. I loved all the different maps and fish that you can unlock with silly challenges. So maybe if you land lovers want a little under the water fun, you should check out Tuna Hakes Underwater today and feel those realistic physics. You bonked me while I was doing my recording. God damn it. Welcome on in. Baby, I'm so sorry I've been absent. College is crazy. No, you're fine. Also, hi, Big Tosh. I don't know what line that was on. Correct. Okay. I guess I'll watch it and then re-record it again. I love you, but doesn't mean I have to be. Oh, no. Actually, do I look up? I mean, it's not the worst, technically, the original. Oh, you don't hear me. Actually, this one's not that bad. I don't think I had to re-record this one. I probably should have watched them before I re-recorded them. The house smells like alcohol and
How
my
are
tummy
you?
hurt.
I am under the water.
Hello,
Please
how
help
are
me.
you? I
Here
am
too
under
much
the
raining.
water. Culture doesn't scare me at all. Oh, my tummy hurts because the house smells like alcohol now. You don't hear me say. Go simple and clean it. Way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Hold me. Whatever lies beyond this moment. I know what you're making. I'm making the subtitles. Our future doesn't scare me at all. Doesn't scare me. It's with an A, I think. Kiwi! Is this Ray person? That Ray, the Ray person? The Ray person? It's with an A, right? I know I could go check, but I don't want to right now. What happened to this intro? What did I do here? I like really fucked this up. Oops. Thank you for the bonkers. Yeah. just fix that. Link clips. A bunch of has streets avatar tied to their daily redeems. Huh? How does that work? Explain it to me, Kiwi. I wish to know more. Alright, now I gotta redo this. Bro. This Pokemon trainer. Thank you for the bow. I made an avatar blind box. Oh, that's cool. So like, if that way, if you, I'm taking away the cars. There's too many cars, making me upset. Why are like half of you cars? I don't want you guys to be cars. You guys will be cars later. But that's cool. Then like, if I have like a lot of like outfits and stuff, or like accessories, you guys can like have them and stuff. You know. This is a Marie. You want to give feel emotionless sometimes. Sometimes you know. What? Why is my thing lagging? Why are you lagging? Ah, my brain. That's like confusing. I did this, and I did 19. Maybe turn this one off. Maybe it'll lag less that way. Hopefully, I don't think they should be, because I've been having this lag issue with VTube Studio from before. From before we had stream avatars. Like, it happened last week too. That makes me upset. Like, for this one, I can just cut off the S, I think. Maybe not. I think I need to bring back the other one. Where's BLT? Oh. No. Why are you locked? I'm locked. I'm gonna be up there. Alright, let me dice through my last ones. And if I'm not looking straight in this one, I'll just fix them for next week. Because I can't be bothered right now. This one also sounds better. I think my mic was closer to my mouth. Kiwi, please forgive me if me recording these, I am not facing the camera 100%. There we go. Alright, what's up with my keyboard? Oops. Oh, I plugged it in the wrong spot. So the way to grab some of the hardest to open oh shit, did you get from that just gelato ice cream? I forgot what the company's called. Eyeball. Plenty, yeah. Oh, nice. I like the key lime pie one. We currently have the vanilla bean one. It's like this. This whole thing needs to scoot. Are you able to get the palette figured out, by the way? Yes, But unfortunately, because we're not doing pixel art, it won't work because we have too much of a soft gradient. So I'm just gonna have to upload them as separate avatars. Okay. Okay. That's okay. We could always have the bases as loot and redeems with the accessories. Oh, like you can unlock different colors? Actually, I have a question for... it's fine. I'll check later. I'll make a little notepad for it, though. Actually, I'll put it in my notepad. Check if I can give specific items to mods with stream avatars. Okay. Ooh, wait, I have some banana. Hagen? I like Tillamook. Tillamook's my favorite. I prefer Ben and Jerry's. That's also reasonable. Hagen comes with a free spoon. Does it? I feel like I haven't got a free spoon in their stuff in a while. 972 minus 260, I think. I thought that was Ben and Jerry's as well. But maybe I'm wrong. I spray food with my finger. What the fuck? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. Look at all my babies. I might make your faces more dark. So they're more contrasted so you can see them better when they're small. Delete track. Meet. Which is manager. You made some mods have whatever you have, make things mod specific, or just give them items. Cool, thank you. That's what I was wondering, because I want to be able to give all the mods foam swords. I want to be able to give you your fur coat, and like some other people other things. So, or I'll at least make them. Marie. Getting blinded by my stream light. I gotta turn that bitch down. In the drop down where your name is, you can oh, okay, cool. Games, I didn't. It's not dropped. Woo! Oh. Space. Add. Streams. Alright, boys. Darn, it's mod only or off? What? No bombs. No bombs. No bomberinis. You forget, Kiwi, that I have not done that much in this program yet, other than shove you guys in it. And want... I'll fix this now. Oh! No bombs! What the fuck? No bombs! What are you bombing? Oh, I can't. I'm too lazy to... Look, now some of you... No, you're not out of bounds. Okay, never mind. I thought some of you were out of bounds, and I was gonna be like, look! Tell me why. Tell me why. Ability and artistry. Close up. And then we go down here. This one. All right, 78, 78. A little bit off this one. 400. 1952. I think this makes sense. I feel like that's a wrong template, but that's okay. I think I have one other playing Pokemon. I think it's this one. This is not Pokemon. That's okay. This one, this one. Apply, retain. Look, see through your imagination. And with us. Okay, yay! A GitHub error on the project I'm working on. Time. Oh! This was not enthusiastic. Oh yay! A GitHub error on the project I'm working on. Time to redownload the digital. Yikes! Yikes! Strike. You weren't saving locally. It might be a communal project, so maybe. Thank you for the song request. Paradise. Simply look around and view it. Everything you want to do it. One thing alone. I know Oh, okay. Do you have the hex codes for the bean, or does the gradient have colors that aren't part of the data? Do you have the hex codes for the bean, or does the gradient make colors that aren't part of the data? No, it's more like the gradient has too many pixels within it to change the color. So I have to do them separately. Enjoy Kingdom Hearts 2? Oh, is this a song in Kingdom Hearts 2? Is that what you mean? Or are you gonna go play it? 'Cause either way, enjoy. It's kind of spooky. Have I used all of them? Have I used this one? I don't think I've used this one. No, I have not. Oh, we were, but there was an error that didn't delete old lock files, so we have to clear those out and make sure we can fetch them again. Good luck! I'm sorry that this happened to you. That looks spooky. Have I done this one? This one I haven't. No, I did use this one. Let me go get one more. I want one more. Very cool. This looks very weird. Okay. I don't know why it looks like this. Oh. Why is it like this? Why are you like this, Twitch? Clips. I want. It was a Stardew Valley one. I want that one. Or is it this one? Yeah, this one looks cute. I can do this one. Video editing, V-stars, classes, close. I'm here actually. My back feels like poo poo. No. Rip. Oh, never mind. What happened? What happened? Can I look at genres? No, I can't. Okay, it's still not letting me look at genres for some reason. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. I'm looking for top, probably. Top. What is this one? I'm just gonna keep this one for my pocket. My pocket. Hear me out. All I think about is you. Lights in the middle of June. Do me. There's something on TV. They think about you and me. I think that's this one. Shave. Oh, I was gonna be like, let me just work on the other one really quick, but nah, I'll just finish that one. One at a time, baby. Looks so broken when you goodbye. And then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Your way's been faking me out. Make you happier now. My ear itches. This one. this one. I could tell you that perfectly unsaid. Times all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. The stars. Boop. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. I go bed, so good night. I'm ready for the bonk. Give me the bonkus. I hope you sleep well. Remember that I adore you and I'm happy that you're here. Thank you for the bonk. I hope you have wonderful dreams. Sleep well, Shappy. We love ya. We're like, mwah, thank you. At least part of it. Hey, any part is a good part, in my opinion. Any part is enough. Even if you just stop by and say hello, it means a lot. It's not this one. With the bottom one. I'm curious if we did. I knew it taught me how always haunt me. Okay, what? There's aw, thank you. Good night, Juppy. Have wonderful dreams. Have wonderful dreams. I wish I could just stop it in the middle, because, like, I don't need it to do the whole thing, but that's fine. Hey, you so fucking big, brother. $25 I can leave class, and then I gotta decide if I go back to drawing or if I game. Hey, whatever is gonna help you relax. That's my thing. It was like, you know, if you're done for the day, you gotta relax. So whatever will lead you to that righteous path, you know? Each of his favorite community manager classes. This Pokemon trainer spent years cultivating a cozy garden that's not only perfect place to lurk, but does so much to support communities. Visit Pet Number classes isn't visiting other streams. Visiting other streams or cracking jokes at boss. You can find them playing a variety of games. Cozy games. I am the mightiest of the milk beans. Hello, Cannibal. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful, 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 wonderful day. Boop, 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 boop. Come and chill. Her handcrafted space. Specifically made for anyone. I hope you're having a lovely day. Who wants to have a chat or lurk? Stop it with the bombs. While letting the vibes. Heal your soul. Only I had her streams while I was going crazy. Over my word. You get enough of those cozy vibes? And want to bring some home? Check out the socials for Blibby and RTV for more model and PNG. Poggin. Poggin, 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 poggin. Oh, my neck. What are we doing? We are editing videos. And then we're gonna edit the little milkclubmedia. We're waiting for the car place that I got from Viridian Forest to the entrance of Vermilion City. The car. What? What? Oh, I forgot to reopen it. I was like, what am I doing? I think it's a Pokemon thing. Close timeline and create single one, create. I think it was Monday that we played this, so have you designed other milk beans yet? All I've done is like make hats and stuff. Here, I can show you while the thing loads. I've made antennas, I've made ears, I've made hats. Let me do this one. So you can have, for now, you can have, if it shows it, oh, you can have alien antennas, a single antenna, horns, goat horns, ram horns. Or you can also have a party hat, a wizard's hat, a baguette hat, a spinny hat, a cowboy hat, a frog hat, a halo. And then for back accessories, it is, you have a different types of ears. So these are the cat ears. You got bunny or puppy, then you got human ears, you got bunny ears, wolf ears, mouse ears, bear ears, and then what I call goblin ears. And then for back items, you got swords, you got Finn's backpack, butterfly wings, and fairy wings, and then we have a bunch of pride flags as well. So, yeah. That's what we got so far. This is, I beat up Brock and Missy. I also beat up Gary, I think, twice. That's crazy. That sounds like a lot. That's awesome, yeah. So if anybody has any requests, you know, just let me know. Camera action. Oh my god, this was like not optimal. I'm working on myself. You do. And then there's fish. That's. Oh my god. There's a Spectacular. Really? Currently out. I mean, you know, I'm so surprised you have overloaded your PC. How so? I think it's because I'm working a lot in like half resolution, so I'm not working in full resolution for my video, which helps a lot. Steam. Stream edit overlays. I have a pretty beefy computer, but we do tend to cap it out. I'm seeing for a like, I think right now it's probably not the worst right now, but I think if I start like editing it a little, yeah, it goes up. Yeah, it's not the worst, but if I open certain art programs, I'll just crash my computer. Oh, that's the... Okay. That's steep. That pressure cooker is loud. Damn, I wish I could work at half res. Yeah, it helped Compooper, but it is a difference. It's like playing between 1K and 2K, honestly. Roll. And loop-de-loop. Yeah, and for color grading, you need maximum quality. That makes sense, honestly. Because, like, the compression, I'm sure, would, like, fuck it over. Yeah, for enshrined stuff, now that I have to, check to make sure our marketing team isn't negligent and doesn't use AI images in our marketing videos, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes, because some things are just so compressed that it's like, is that finger melting or is it just bad resolution? You can. But today they did well. They did well with the ones I sent today. But I'm just disappointed that they used it in the first place, honestly. Is this song? I think it is. No, it's not. It's the other song. Yeah, I'm too lazy to fix that, to be honest. So it's good enough. Really out on Steam. Okay. Okay. I didn't download the trailer for this. Fish reports, it's in the guild, fucking amazing. Oh, wrong folder. Start watching. I kind of want this frame. I want this to go away. Should I put this at like the end? I just wish it was like a little bit slower so that way it should be like 90. I wish I could make it 90. Can I make it 90? No, that's opacity speech. Ooh. I like nappy songs. Nappy. Find you. Sweet dreams. I'm excited for the nap song. Might put me to sleep though. I'm pretty relaxed right now. 3841. Prompting. Crop top 38. Yep. 41. 13. Make me haunted. Cool. Flip operations replace. Go for fun. Sunbeams find you. Cool. I just want to make sure that these match. Save. Relaunch this bad boy and then we're good to go. We just gotta do the subtitles. She's wherever they be. Dream a little dream of me. You might make your face a little bit darker. Oh! Forgot. Sorry. Ooh, this is already cute. There I am. There I am. Yeah, that's a little better so you can see it from further away. It's not typically that dark, but I think that might be good for the animation. Oh. Da Vinci. I saw my hoodie. I want my hoodie again. This one. I'm putting this on there? I think so. I think so. I defeated the math problem. What was the math problem? What was the math problem about? Was it a hard math problem? Oh, have I already played this song? You might have. It's very, how maybe. I don't really know. Maybe. That is making me sleepy though. So it's good. It's good. Captions. Math itself wasn't complex, but it was coding a harmonic mean with Java. Oh, you're doing stuff in Java. That's cool. Do you have stream? Do you have a stream? I do. I started one when you guys were playing songs. Time playlist. It's not in here though. There we go. Wait. Swim around as if it's in the air. I think I should have transitioned it here. That's all there is to it. Oh, I don't care. Do tricks. That's the whole game. But does a game this spectacular really need more explaining than that? Currently out on Steam for a steal of 3 buckaroos. You too can become the next tuna hake. With 60 unlockable fish variants, salmon salt, barracuda roll, and loop-de-loop your way to fame. My fan died down with talking again. No! No! I hate that. Jack convinced me to play the game. And I genuinely adored it. I loved all the different maps and fish that you can unlock with silly challenges. Do you have a backup fan? So maybe if you land lovers land. All day fun, under the water fun. You should check out Tuna Hakes Underwater today and feel those realistic physics. I don't want to listen to the song. It'll put me to sleep. Shush. Nah? What do you mean? You need a backup fan. You need a backup fan so you don't die of the heat. You can't have a heat stroke now. I need you. Please. You're my emotional support chat. None of you can die. That costs money? Ooh, fair point. Go take a shower. Take a hot shower. And then the rest of you, the area around you will feel cooler because you're too hot. That's what I do. Alright. That end of the tunnel light, and the headlights, and red lights. Wait, so 8, 9, that's not fair. It's just clear, it's clear right there. That no one knows. Isn't much to do. Maybe it's time to let time pass through. You can't just rewrite the questions when life gets strange. Love now change. That's not right. 37 there. The things never last. Just move on. Goes too fast. The past is the past. No life's an ending. So much time living your lives. Like at the river. There's always a live for us. Where we need to go. My retinas are burning. Not actually, but this is not fun for my eyeballs. Get it, get it. Alright, let me... I realized I turned that on, but I gotta turn it off. Enshrined. Alright, gotta disconnect this boy. Open it. I don't want to listen to the song. This song's fine. It's the same. It was me and you. Like somebody new. Let me see how it looks. Don't sound the same on my skin. Yeah, the face is a lot more visible. Open your door! I'm at your door. Open your door! Oh my god, did you play GeoGuessr after we played Peak? Hello! How was it? Did you have fun? Did you have fun? Oh my god, it's raining bombs. It's raining bombs on my babies. Get back in the safe spot. No, they're not in the safe spot anymore. I'll think, oh my god. Hello, everybody. Hi. Yeah, I did terribly. It's okay. We're not any better at it, to be fair. We're not any better at it, to be fair, so you'll probably do better than I do. How's it going? How's it going? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I had a lot of fun playing with you today. But I know it's like ube late for you, so like if you need rest, feel free to. Those of you in my chat, please follow Wombo if you haven't. They're amazing. They're an amazing artist, an amazing person. I do good when off stream, but whenever I play live, I'm awful. That's how it is. It's performance anxiety, man. It's hard showing your peeper out there, you know? By peeper, I mean your brain. But welcome on in. I am currently working on our stream avatars. I was making their faces a little darker so that way you can see them better down there. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. RPG Player 34, welcome on in. You have a voice for showbiz. I know, right? I'm getting to know a lot of people that got voices for showbiz, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Why did it freeze? Why did the babies freeze? You guys okay? Oh, there go Kiwi goes. Oh. Oh, please. Sorry, I'm like putting down my hoodie, but it's like deciding to murder me. Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you for the raid. I'm deciding on what to do next, I think. How is the walk cycles? Hold on, disconnect. I forget I can preview it in here. I had a lot of fun tonight too. Thank you for inviting me. Of course! I can't wait to play more games with you if you want to. Or just like hang out, do art sometime or something. I wonder if this would look better. Let's do a simple walk animation. I'm just like wondering if it would look better if it didn't look like you picked your feet up. Or maybe I have to reorder them? Hold on, now I gotta use my hands. Hey, look at that little emo, that's so cute. No, you have to pick your foot up first. You have to pick your foot up first. It's a lot more, you know, than your little nubby feet, I feel like can do. Sit one's fine. I think. Let's see, the idle. This is the idle. This is stand, but I'm not really sure what stand is for. Right? That's what stand. That's the one stand. Yeah, it's stand. I don't really understand what stand means, but. Okay. I want to redo your walk cycle. Your sit's good though. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I turned it up earlier because we were listening to Go the Distance from Hercules. Oh, I just knocked my cup over. But we're good. It didn't spill anything. Stand is just a less active idle. Oh, okay. Very fair. Thank you. I knew you'd understand. Okay, then stand is fine. This is the old jump. Oh, get off my face. Stop. No, get off of my face. Get off my face. Why my face? Why on my face? Man, that fucking stinks. What did you eat? Your atomic bowels are in my face. Dude, my bad misclick, bro. You're shitting on my face. On my face. It smells on my head. Now I know how the kid felt when they got crossed. If any of you know that TikTok, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, okay, I lied. I meant it. Oh my god, that little evil emo, dude, I fucking love that. What the fuck? That's amazing. I love it. But thank you for the sticker. Alright, so I kind of want idle to be a little bit more. That's what you deserve. I mean, this is hilarious. The team back hit too. Damn. Okay, dining hall time. Eat good dinner bags. Thank you, Thirsting Lake, for the follow. Hope you have a wonderful time here. Even though your first impression is pooting on me. First impression was pooting on me, but you know, we take it, I guess. Alright, and then the body and this. Yeah. Broke the ice. I like it. Hi, Sarah. Yep, we got Sarah bot in here. Do I want this to be more fluid? I don't think it matters. If I make it more fluid, then it'll be hard to match the other ones because they don't have enough frames. Alright, let me see how the idol looks. Yeah, because I don't want to blind myself anymore, so I'm just gonna keep the background on. Preview. Oh, that's how it does it. Ah, my eyeballs. Preview. It's so fast. Okay, wait, I want it a little bit. I want a little bit of God, the elevator does not the elevator has a do not use sign, but it's turned off, so half the time it comes up to my floor when I'm trying to go down. Damn. It's just like, yo, I wanna fuck with you. The elevator is just a little prankster, obviously. Right? Because then... Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry for the continual flashbanging of this screen because it's so bright. Save and reload. Ooh, my wrist feels a little spicy. Let's do 3. It was 6. I don't think I know how an idle works. Ooh, thank you. I was delivered upon a mini sandwich. I just thought I had an idea, and then this is how the idea turned out, and I'm like, I don't think this is what I wanted. I think the problem is there's like too many frames. There's not enough frames. You know? I don't want to make more in-betweens. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think I can fit the 8th on here. I'm about halfway done with something. I'm excited. I'm about the rat race. Okay. Lines. I don't say anything else. You can see me in my mouth. Where do I want to go? Talk about pop music. Talk about. I think. Let me do this. World, wherever you are. Tonight. 1, 2. I think this should be scooted over just a little bit more. There we go. So you. There you go. And now once. Oop. All this. Now 1, 2. And then I have to make it come back up. Let's say 1. The song is how I feel right now. Yep. So gang. It's not the worst. I just need to fix it so they're all aligned correctly. Which I figured would happen, to be honest. Oops, I'm first. How do I want to do this? Oh my god, I use a calorie calculator. I'm supposed to be eating almost 4,000 calories. That means more treats for you, am I right? Right! Good enough. Oh, honey, honey pot. Honey, honey pot. And then I just take this one and I put it all the way back. And then boop, boop, boop. Should be equal now. Hmm. Let's do 8 and 2. Preview. It goes. Right, hold on. I'm confused why it goes. Oh, because I did them out of order. I'm so stupid. Damn it. Anyway, song request. What's happening? Should go beep beep beep. What? So I should go up. So this one. Boop 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 boop. So I should go. Boop. Okay, cool. I figured it out. Go this one. Oop. It goes here. And this one goes back. And now he should be good, right? Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I think so. Export. Yep. There we go. And then how many is it? 5? What if I did 10? I think I like 5, because 5 was slower, right? Yeah. Okay. Who needs their own Spotify when I have this channel to be my DJ? That's what I'm saying, bro. We can be the vibes. I can be your podcast. And I respond to you. So I'm like a little chat friend. I'm a little like not like an AI buddy because I'm not AI, but I'm like a little buddy. I'm your little phone buddy. I see you changing ingredients in particular regions. Like ingredients. That is all. Okay. So your idol is now good. Are you sure you're not an AI? Hey, I'll prove it for $1 million. I'll pop a titty. $5 million and I'll pop a titty. Yeah, my titties are worth $5 million. I'll pop a titty for $5 million. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. I also don't think an AI can be this dumb. Do you guys think an AI can be this dumb? Because I don't. I woke up to titty pop and what? Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. You don't have $5 million. We can talk if you have $5 million. Who says I don't? Oh shit. Oh shit. Do you? I need the proof. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, sorry. What if I value a drawing of mine at 5 million? That must be a damn good drawing then, Womble. Must be a damn good drawing. I just realized why this walking animation is weird. Because I need... Wait. Leg up, out, down. What? Is that not what I did? No, I'm missing one frame. But it would only happen after you are gone. That's true! Unfortunately, yeah. Damn, I gotta die to see a titty. Hey, man, if you get rich and famous, and you got $5 million, you know, we can have words. So did Deadpool. That's crazy. Word. Clip farming. Oh no. Hey man, I'm just saying, I think I'd be a pretty okay stripper, okay? Oh, my nose itches. Okay, so foot out, up, out, down. I fucked it up. Dang it. One. So I guess I'll fund the poll to fund your stripper dreams. Yay! Ship it straight to TikTok. No! Maybe. Just straight uncut. Can I post it on Sunday? I'll post it on Sunday, unedited. Just straight up. Okay, frame. This is this frame. Valid, okay. This one's the third one. And then this one. And this one. And I'm pretty sure the next ones are also out of... Are they? No, I think these are fine, actually. Let's find out. Is this why your little walk looks weird, Jack? Save and reload. Blacky Lou out of food. Hey, Automod didn't get that one. I think that one looks okay. And your sit is fine. I think your walk is fine now. Oh, rare Autobot W, that's what I'm saying. And I gotta fix your jump. Yeah, I have to fix your jump now. Actually, how does your jump move? I forgot! I gave you squish and stretch! Oh, why did I do that? Okay. Okay, that means I gotta redo it, because I gave you squash and stretch. God damn it, me. I fall in love. Nope. It's just like a knife, baby. Okay, back to bed I go. Good night. Good night. I need the grid. I need to know how high this is. I don't have a grid for this? What? More ring ding ding. Oh, I did this wrong. Let me stand. There you go. Okay. Jump. Oh. 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 Frame. Fall in love. Nope. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make it more extreme. 1, 2. And then 1. And this one after this one. And then in between frames. So these two little feet gotta stretch out. Except for this part. And then this has gotta come here. Because we're gonna be taking the body. And this, and then squishing it. Squish. To anticipate for the jump. So now it'll go squish up. We need like an in-between between these two. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So squish up. Maybe we can do one of these, but put it in like the middle. And then this one up. And even more up, so I might just stretch you out. What would you do? And then this one. This one. This one. So go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I think that looks right. You who wanted more, what are you waiting for? I'm not running from you. Why did I deselect this one? I am finished. No, fuck. Man, this is the music of my late high school years. I love this. Yeah, I know. Jared Leto should have really stayed with music, in my opinion. Oh, it like barely fits, actually. Actually, I didn't know that. Fighting for a chance, I know this is. Alright. Save and read. Oh, continue. Save and read. Okay. Let's preview the jump. Fuck. What did I fuck up? 1. Going up. Okay, this gets stretched down. It pops up. It goes up even higher. Is it because this is at the same height? It's not. Oh, I think I know why. This one needs like. Okay, this is gonna be like 4. Gonna be like 8. Wait. Yeah, 8 makes sense, I think. Or does the 7 make sense? Why does your head confuse me? Okay, yeah, so it squishes down, and you pop up. Maybe I did this one wrong. It's 2 frames? And then this one can go. Oh, I think this one's. Still standing feeling like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing there all this time. Okay, you know what? Let's do it this way then. Yeah. That's fine. And then honestly, I should have put this line here. Alright, there we go. And then let's see. All bounce. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we gotta do it in 7. So it's gotta go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I wonder. Actually. There. Okay. And then this one actually needs to be up here. And then this one can come down here. And this one's feet has to touch. A good clip Kiwi made. This clip, this clip. I wonder. And it starts to stretch. And then goes up. 4. And then kind of returns to normal. But it's still a little bit short. And comes down. Yeah, about that much. And so if that all works good, reframe 3. Alright. Reload. There we go. And now I just have to do the reverse. So this one here, one here, and then this one. Save and reload. Preview. I did it. Should we make this 6 or 5 though? What if it was 10? I think I like that. And then I think that all works good. I don't know if I want to do a hug one. Because I think that was good for now. Because now I have to figure out all the colors. Also, let me see. Let me get the other one. Milk bean. Original. Okay, never mind. Let's remember that this one is copy, paste, okay. So let's just start with this. Milk, carrot, lemon, almonds, blueberry, blueberry, raspberry, bubble gum. Oops. This is orange. Banana. Lime. Orange. Hello, Daedalus. How are you doing? Lavender. Lavender? Yeah. After dark today, are we? Becca's always after dark. Okay, save and load. I've been a busy bee dog, let me tell you. Hey, I'm listening. I'm listening. Copy. Paste. Awesome. I'm always up for some orange Daedalus. Was that the Labyrinth guy? In fact, yes, Trailer. Oh, very smart. Paste. 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 Okay. Work's been popping off, so I've been non-stop. Damn, but you making that bread, you know? You're making that bread. History. I need the stream avatars. Give me this. Soon, TM. I believe in you, TM. Custom browser docs. This is stream avatars. Commission lifestyle go burr. Understandable. Okay. Now, if I connect, errors missing. Wait. Continue. Where you at tonight? I got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. Scarred with a for skin, a radiant beam in the night. It's working. See you. I have to go to my channel to do it. I don't wanna. Oh wait, it worked. It worked. Milk bean avatars. I can be blue. This didn't load all of them though. It only loaded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them? There should be 16. There's 16 in here. I'm blue though. I'm blue though, so if I jump. Okay, but why only? Why? Alright, fine, I'll mess with the palette editor again. Oh no, something's coming up soon. What is it? So that doesn't have to be anything? For you? Huh? For me? Is it my streamiversary? I'm so confused. And I'm so confused. Is it doing the thing? I can't tell. Bruh! I'm gonna get to the point where I can see my vision in this. I see my vision in this dragon, minus the clawed feet. I may have to get out of the pictures just so I don't have to draw them. Hey man, you don't want to draw it? Don't do it, you know? Kiwi sent me something. Oh! Kiwi, you dirty son of a bitch. Did you really make a little dude? You made the pixel boy! Oh, I did. My soul died. That's all for now. No, that's valid. This gives me ideas. Okay. Okay, wait, no, I have an idea. Okay. You gave me an idea. Stand for real. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me try this. Because if this is how this works, you might be onto something, Kiwi. If this works, can't believe you made that. That's so cute. Thank you, Kiwi. Okay. Open file. This one. Alright, now how do I do the thing? Alright, Illustrator. No, I want to do the other one. Using Photoshop. What? Well, that means I have to redraw everything, and I don't wanna. I could, but I don't wanna. Fuck. Son of a bitch. I don't wanna. Just too much work. New layer. Because then I'd have to do the whole thing, and I don't wanna. Such a good idea, though, and that would fix my problem, but I don't think I have to do the thing and the thing and the thing and the. Bah. I don't know how to. I thought that would be a faster way to. Okay, one other way. There's one other way that we could maybe do this, and that would it would like it more. Okay, I have to duplicate this though. Considering how small you guys are on screen, it might actually be fine if we do this. Delete this. Which, if this works, Choco's, the way Choco does her stream avatars makes a lot more sense. Oh shit, I have to click this for every single one. Fuck. Oh, no I don't. I just have to have it open first. Hog. I love Affinity. Oh shit, it looks weird though. I have to fix that. God damn it. Oh. Okay, new question for myself, because that looks weird. This guy, go here. None of that. Make it this color. 100%. Can I just reduce? Not really. Could I just shrink it though? Hello, BS Liquor. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful night. I'm doing pretty good. Just testing out some animation things. How are you? I'm good. Trying to find something creative to do to keep me awake. I mean, if you're EP, you should get rest, but I understand if you don't want to be awake. Or if you don't want to go to sleep. You could draw something. Drawing something is always fun. This one's here. Over you. I'm gonna have to do it this way because I have no other way to do it. Okay, it's fine. One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's do 6. One, two, three, four, five, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, one more. Boop. Boop. Oop. And then this one. And then whoop whoop. What are we whoop whooping? What are we whoop whooping? So I'm at work and I already drew the girl from Witch, and unfortunately I can't color it because I left my $100 color pencil on my crazy customer. Ooh, I have to start my collection again. I had nearly 200. Oh no! Sue him. I don't know. That's my first reaction. I'm Asian, so I think that's a pretty good band personally, though. Sue them. Sue them. That's very expensive art material. No resistance for you. Dun dun dun. Sock making. You're making socks, Buster? What kind of socks? Message of what they consumed. Holy unworthy. Long ones? Ooh, like knee-high socks? Well, I told my mom that when I first realized she might have thrown it away, and my mom was like, you can always buy more. Like, mother, it's not like these are Crayola. That is crazy. I think a lot of people that aren't into art, which is surprising to me, is that they just won't get that fact, that they won't understand that art materials aren't normally just things you can just be like, oh, la-di-da, I'm just gonna buy more, because sometimes they're expensive and sometimes they're limited. Palette editor. 0.3. And let's pick this color, add. Oop. Add this. It like mostly works. Done with it now. And our sketch of my dragon is now completed. When my new tablet arrives tomorrow, I will use it to pretty up the sketch and start rendering Pog! I bet it looks amazing already. Boop. Boop. I bought one ball of yarn that cost 30 doll hairs. Damn! How much yarn is on it? I just realized I might be doing this wrong. Yes, I am. Okay. 100 grams. Nice. Oh, yes. Like the kids act like I'm the meanest person when I separate my pencils and pens to the ones that they can use and can't. Like, you little grubbin, you're not going to use my gel pens to draw what looks like an abstract from Digital Circus. That's valid. I mean, and to be fair, you can make art with anything. I fucked up a lane. I tried to fix the crashing on the server and got stuck in a crash loop myself. Alright, let me move you. Let me move you. Thank you for trying to fix it, though. Let me find your player. Let's go to whitelisted. I don't know where I put that image. I put it here. 80. File manager. I thought my PC would be good enough. It's okay. It's okay. It might not even be a thing where it's like the PC matters. It's more that it's very possible that the server itself cannot handle it. Player data. Thank you, of course. 80. ABCD 80 data. Download. NBT. Okay, I have to open it from my folders. I don't have to blur my screen. I'm not showing that screen. It's for my birthday sock, so I'm not mad. That's valid. As long as it's something you like, that's totally valid. If it's for you and you're happy with it because it's for you. It says in the crash that it's an entity render issue, which could be anything. That's my problem with it. That's my problem with it, because I tried to talk to Sim about it, but I can talk to him about it later. Not that. Very on top. Position. Yeah, this is the same position as before. Negative 3845. 65. Negative 4478. Save. And now that I have that, I can fix that whenever. So you can keep crashing yourself, and I can just keep re-uploading, and then you'll be fine. You should be good now to log back in Vex. I promised the 9-year-old to make some clothes for his bearded dragon, and I just needed supplies. This boy gave me a bag full of construction paper, googly eyes, paper star, glue sticks, and etc. Not those guys, a sweet summer child. I mean, at least they tried. Of course, Vex. Hey man, some kids, you know, all they got is all they got, you know. I realized I don't think this is gonna matter. So yeah, let me turn you blue or something. That works. And then add, and then click. I'm gonna find what has the most range of color. BOY $BBNO. NGMNN. When you say that, this is his third. Oh no! How does that keep happening? Also, I feel like bearded dragons are kind of hard for kids to take care of. To be fair. Like they're not really like well, those kind of pets are like friendly to children. I just feel like they're not children friendly in terms of like it's gonna be hard for them to take care of it. Stop getting these kids reptiles. They have a 2-year-old with a super grip that doesn't know his own strain. Oh! Why don't they buy food for them? BBNO $. It's gonna take forever. I don't understand why it's still like that. Kids need big mammals that are much more rough and tumble. Agreed. Okay, I have a new idea. Will this work though? I don't think this would work. Reptiles and people are not kids friendly. They die from stress. Stress that can be caused by minor earthquakes or loud noises. Valid. Look, they wanted a cat and the bearded dragon was a cowbrize. Lol. Apparently, one of our childhood cat's name was KJ, who only liked males. Traumatized their mother or something when they were children. KJ was a real hood cat. His paws were rated E for anyone and everyone. That's crazy. Also, bearded dragons can be much more spicy, in my opinion. But you know what? I'm not them. Okay, what do I do? 8. Ah. Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Or maybe. Limited data, folder, delete images. Okay, why can I only have 8 avatars though? Why is it not registering the other one? So I need to restart it? Because my thing would work otherwise, you know? My idea? Don't believe in anything. This extension is with a limit of 20. The extension upload limit of 20 exists to keep streaming server available. Oh, the extra yeah, I shouldn't need that. It's only 4. My rule is not letting my kids play with my reptiles until they understand how to play gently. That's valid. Mm-hmm. One, two. Six, 8. Use the mob. Why is it not registering my other ones? Awesome, believe it. Yeah, I should have known when he asked for a bearded dragon plushie for doing well in school. I asked them what they wanted.
I'm in my mom's car.
I'm in me mom's car. And his sister was like, candy, straight up. And I'm
Aw.
like, sweetie, you have an unlimited option here on my payday week, and you choose gummy worms? Well, I was real lucky to find a bearded dragon squishmallow in a dollar store. He was happy, and his psycho, I say it with love, sister was happy with the gummy. I mean, hey, man. She knows what she wants. You avatars. Is there a max? Thank you. Amount of avatars you can upload. Why is it not? 2 carrot, grape, kiwi, lavender. Maybe for the wellness check as well. There was a page 2. There was a page 2 and I'm just stupid. I figured it out. The milk beans I do, thank you. I too enjoy them. Better for the little guys, you are little guys, technically. I just have to copy and paste this to the other ones. Paste, continue. Because I was like, there's no way that this just isn't gonna work for me. Y'all remember when all the Luigi edits to the song were so peak? I didn't see those. But that sounds fucking amazing because I like Luigi. He's my favorite Mario brother. Paste. Orange. Continue. Wrong Luigi. Oh, god damn it. Same but different. Same but different. his sister and I were talking about Harry Potter, and she said she likes it. I asked her what her house was, and that led to me explaining what the houses were. She asked what the houses were. She asked what house were most of the villains form, and ended up choosing Slytherin. Her brother called it stupid, and that Sonic was better, so she took the sharpest thing she could find instead. She's dead. You know she's crazy. Why would you provoke her? I mean, that's fucking crazy but valid. I love this child. This child is crazy, but I love them. Alright, now it should work. Look at all of them! Yes. Now you guys can be whatever color you want. Elaine, have you tried Hank Green's Focus app? Not yet. I know it's really cute though. Pixels was telling me about it. Pictures was telling me about it. It looks cute. Sorry, that like took all my energy. I took all of my energy. Cool. Now, how do stream avatars? How did the fucking things work? How can I custom documentation? It's a bean that knits socks. It is a bean that knits socks. She's a scraper too. She's a scrapper too, always fighting boys in her class. Honestly, she might end up in jail as a teen for assault, but it's usually in defense of someone or righteous anger. She might just have a lot of extra energy. Neurodivergent little baby. Content creating gear. Oh, I hate that I have to watch a video, bro. Fine. I'm just lazy and I don't want to sit here and watch this. Yeah. Yep. Wait. They talk about how to save them? Oh. Huh, okay. She's my favorite. I know I should not have one, but her brother has punched me in the eye, screamed I'm fat in the middle of a party, criticizes everything I watch, and isn't as affectionate. That's youngins for ya. But sometimes that righteous anger be where it's at, you know? Okay, so... I'm gonna remove this guy. Now if I take your little... Let's take these ones. Let's take these ones. Oh my god! Be a sucker. Thank you for the follow. Feel free to talk to us anytime. I like hearing about your fam. I see Kiwi. Kiwi has taken to the green already. Good. Ooh. Anything else on? Yeah. Sounds exactly like me as a kid. I once slugged another kid because he was trying to take a dog tag and I wanted to return it. I do not feel for baddies and still a dick. That's valid. That's absolutely valid in my opinion. Make it. I think I still need to make it smaller. 100 by 100 is too big. Make what? Do what? Selection only. The bean? Oh, that's valid. I mean, I'm probably just gonna keep it as it is, if I'm honest with you. I'm just gonna remove those. I get confused. Horns. Ram horns. Go. Horns. Tiny horns. So I play this because they had the same freaking track. That note's valid. Antennas. Ahaha. Now I must go back. Advertising gear. Let's start with the first one. Milk bean. Allowed gear. Oh. Allowed gear. This one. Save and exit. Okay. What? Flips. Shouldn't need that. Oh, there it is. I just realized something and I'm kind of annoyed by it. I just have to try something now. Speak your truth. Whose truth? My truth? Whose truth? Blueberry. Or maybe I didn't do it right. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'll make a pixel art version later. Yes. I'm at 8:30. Let's see. Do I play Minecraft or do I rig BLT? Kiwi, did you just jump out of bounds? Where did you go? No. Oh, there you are. Shake, 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 shake. Oh, I think I lost you. Whoops. Whoops. I'm sorry. Go respawn. I saw them in concert when I was a kid. Ooh, that's very cool. I'm gonna put these guys over.
Father, help!
Oh God. Okay, fair. Fair game. I didn't think about this. What do I want to do? I don't want to think anymore. I'm trying to decide if I test Doom layout or not. I might. Who'd guess or while you decide? Yeah. It's a good idea. I like that idea. The good idea. Ooh, a jasmine rice water flower scented water. Ice sides include shrimp paste, shallots. Oh, iced sides include shrimp paste, shallots, garlic, deep fried fish or dried fish. It's just like an India thing. Oh, I bought Enjoy, but I couldn't play it. I was so damn. I'm sorry. Oh, couch I don't know the other. Go Bops, thank you. Your lime threw me so hard on this one. Well, luckily it can't throw me because I don't know where it's from. Hee no. What are places near India? Oh, let's try Myanmar. Borders Myanmar. Thailand? It was Thailand! Yes! Ooh. Eel noodles, soy sauce, ginger, garlic, sesame oil, sugar, white pepper, scallions, broth, rice wine, bok choy, optional. Mustard green, pickled mustard greens, and chili. I feel like this is Korean. But I could be wrong. Oh, I was thinking the wrong green. It's not mustard green that I'm thinking about. I want to do Thailand again. And I did the Philippines. Vietnam. Taiwan! Milk, cornstarch, sugar, eggs, breadcrumbs, vanilla extract, and condensed milk. This dish features a silky custard made from milk, cornstarch, and sugar, which is chilled until firm. The custard is then cut into pieces, coated with a light batter, and deep fried to achieve a golden crispy exterior. The result is a unique contrast between warm, crunchy, soft, and cool, creamy center, offering a delightful texture and sweet flavor in each bite. Is this like, it's like fried ice cream, isn't it? Doesn't Mexico have that? No. Bro, I don't know. Everywhere has milk. United States, because we deep fry stuff. No. It's literally called fried milk, brother. Ireland. Can I have Ireland? Nope. Who else would deep fry milk? Russia? It borders Russia? It was China. What the fuck? I've had apple pie egg rolls. I bet that would go well with those. I bet it would. I bet it would, especially since it's from China. I didn't think it was from China because I kept thinking about the deep fried ice cream, which is really fucking good. I really like deep fried ice cream. Really good, and now I want food. Yum. I can't believe 33 people said they would pass. I bet they're lactose intolerant. All the waters. I got too focused on food guesser. I forgot that I was gonna do something after. news are breaking. They're not lactose intolerant. No one consumes milk like us. What if they're like deathly lactose intolerant though? You know, what if it's like a like they could die kind of thing? Skill issue, valid. Valid, have a nice day. Like me. Alright, I was gonna have to in live TD. Probably because this is... I don't know if I'll play any more games. Wanna say that again? Oh, Vex would gladly say that again, I'm pretty sure. This is a good thing to do before I get off for the night, else I forget. No! Vex! My milk bean doesn't have eyes. Doesn't have enough eyes? Oh shit. Well, okay, I'll make you eyes. Hold on, let me make a list. I'll make a list. Milk bean added accessories. You don't get, you get eyes or teeth. You get one or the other. Biblically accurate. Tentacles? I can give you tentacles. Foam sword. Thank you for the wellness check. Yeah, I think that's it for now. I'm trying to think of something and then I forgot. What am I forgetting? I'm gonna have to make them in live 2D, huh? Or not live 2D, I'm gonna have to make them in... I don't wanna. And you're a masochist if you choose to ignore what your body can't consume. If it can't keep up with me, it deserves to fall apart. Is crazy. You're a perfect daughter. We got from her father. Recent. This one. Whoa! Devouring has the horns, but they're so fucking big because I scaled them too big. No! No! This is so hard. Just hard. None. No more allowed horns. I will fix them later. I forgot. I've used it at a hospitalized because of diarrhea. No, that's valid. Why are you like off now? Hello? Why are you so small? Okay. Go to bed. Good night, devouring. Sleep well, buddy. Today feels like I might end stream early. It feels kind of like one of those days. I'm just kind of tired. You know, I'm just kind of tired. I think this needs to come back down. Oops. Give me. Okay, so I have stock in the fridge. Oh, I'm looking. I'm going. I want to see. Oh, I love the colors. Wow, holy shit. Those are so, like, the little, like, the pattern is so tiny. They're so pretty. Oh my god. This is awesome. I can understand why you wanted this yarn now. It's very pretty. Like, on God. That makes more sense. Wow, pretty. That's a pretty yarn. Synthesize corners. Okie dokie. I have to resynthesize the corners. This. Oh my evidence. 120 worlds planned for one leg alone? Damn! That's a lot. It's gonna look fucking nice though. I believe. I mean, if it already looks nice and it's not even close to finished, like, I just think it's gonna be great. Guys, I'm tired. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight because I'm kind of tired and my tummy hurts. My tummy hurts! You guys wanna go hang out with Moon? Moon's doing the Isle. What the fuck is the Isle? I don't know what this game is. Maybe the head pat. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Moon. I'm a bit tired. I just got hit with like a wave of ED. And so I'm gonna go stretch and work on stuff because I'm not, like, I'm still antsy to do stuff and I'm just kind of tired. I want to go non-verbal for a little bit. But I love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tomorrow. Poppy's coming home again. We're gonna be playing Doom tomorrow. So hopefully I'll be doing some, like, testing to make sure that, like, it all goes good. But other than that, you know, we'll be back tomorrow playing some Doom, maybe something else. Guys, you're not being abandoned. I'm sending you to Moon. You're gonna have a great time with Moon. Here's a raid message. Bye, Pookie. Lovers. Love you. Thank you for streaming. Thank you guys for hanging out. Here's a raid message. If you guys want to use it, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I gotta make a new one. I was thinking the new one's raid incoming. It's your beans from the Milk Club's boosting your dreams. So it still rhymes. But we'll do that for next time. I love you guys so much. Mwah. Have fun with Moon. Bye. See you tomorrow.